PKA 816, starting with the boys, adding some guests later. We never know who will come for sure, but you guys will know probably by the title.
Yep. We'll be as surprised as you are. And we'll see, what happens.
Not quite that.
So, I guess that's true. They know. This episode of PK is brought to you by Harry's Lock and Load. Wonderful merch. Right before I asked Woody and Kyle if they'd seen the Perez Hilton thing going around, who, for the younger people out there, he's a like drama and celebrity blogger. Been around for like 20 years, following like the Britney Spears. I think he had a big vendetta against Britney Spears back in the day. Maybe not personal, just for attention. I don't know. But he was like losing his mind on a TikTok live, cutting himself all over his body, covered in blood. And TikTok, like, apparently their moderation failed, and he was doing it for like 30, or it was up for like half an hour before they removed it.
I watched a 5-minute video of it. I don't know who he's talking to, but they're like, what are you doing? He's like, just killing myself. It's like, it is rough. He has a knife. It's long, like a foot maybe. And I think it might be a bread knife, like just because it's not a kitchen knife, like the thick chef's knife. It's narrower, like a kitchen knife.
Like a brisket knife. Is it rounded on the end, or is there a sharp tip?
I need to look. I think it's rounded on the end. I can take a peek.
That's a brisket knife.
I think he was.
I haven't seen the video. I genuinely don't want to see it. It sounds so
it's
awful.
Both rounded on like the non-cutting side, but there's a little point on the cutting side, so it's not rounded into the cutting side. But it's a long knife. It's a foot-long knife, and he's just casually. I need a pen. I don't see one. He's just casually like, just killing myself. Doing like this sort of thing. And mind you, he's already covered in blood. And when you hear covered in blood, you might think like you've seen in a boxing fight. No, he's more red than white. He's a white guy. He is mostly covered in blood. And he's cutting non-critical areas, like this sort of thing. But he's also doing a little of that. He cuts his neck, like both sides. He cuts his face. He cuts, and we've all seen self-harm scars. I'm like, we've never seen what his aftermath will be. So I only saw him from the waist up in the video. The entire waist up front of him is there. I don't want to get them. I have a hard time estimating if there's 500 cuts on him, 1,000 cuts on him.
Oh my
if
God.
There were only 300 cuts, like maybe it's hard to guess.
I heard he was cutting his dick.
We watched it right before. So I watched a 5-minute video in like 3. So I might have missed that. I only saw waist up stuff on the video I saw, but the self-harm.
Yeah. Keep it classy, Twitter. Only waist up self-harm, right, Elon? And that's our guarantee here at X.
Well, it was on TikTok. My guess would be that he was only filming from the waist up.
It was up on TikTok for 30 minutes, and we're calling
they took it down. Yeah,
we're calling that a big failure. It's on Twitter today.
Yes.
Oh, you can. They're not taking videos off Twitter. There's always a new crop of people posting whatever you're trying to find on there.
Dude, it's hard to watch. And like, I don't know this guy very well, but I do know he made his living off other people's lowest moments. He's a drama guy. If you're having a hard time, if you're in a struggle, if your divorce has gotten messy, Perez Hilton is there to tell the world about your worst day and make money off it. That's his living. No one deserves what he's going through. It's bad, but it couldn't happen to a nicer guy.
Yeah, it seems like a genuine psychotic episode. I saw a still of it on Twitter, wasn't even looking for it, but someone had posted it. And you're right. It's like if it were in a horror movie, you'd be like, all right, that's a little ham-handed, the amount of blood you're using. Like, let's be a little more tactful. He looks like, it's like, you remember D and It's Always Sunny, where she's the zombie just coated in blood. Like that's the amount of, no exaggeration, just completely coated in blood. And I didn't know anything about him other than the celebrity gossip column, which I guess is his whole thing. And then I saw people posting because I saw that, and then I searched Perez Hilton, and thankfully it has like content warning, so I'm like not clicking show that, not clicking show this video. But I saw comments from people who are like really into the celebrity gossip sphere, and they're like sassing about it, being like, "You're really telling me that I should feel bad for this person after this?"
What
and
a
like
hot take.
posting tons of videos of like what he did. And there's one clip of an interview I saw with some celebrity I didn't know, and she was like, "Well, I was underage at the time, and I was in a skirt, and he like leapt under me and took a picture. Like it wasn't an upskirt like when Britney got out. Like he got under me and took a picture, and I was on my period, and so my tampon string was sticking out of my underwear. And then like that night,
tuck that in, ladies. Yeah. Come on."
And that night, the picture of like him like snap like under my dress with like my tampon string out was like on the front page of his website, and he was like calling me a whore for it. And it's like, all right, I understand her not maybe shedding any tears for this. And I guess at least just according to his Wikipedia, which you never know about that, but that he was like, one of his big things was just outing gay people that didn't want to come out, and he'd be like, "Guess what? They're gay."
Maybe he's struggling with his guilt.
Wow. So I didn't know. I knew of Perez Hilton, and I knew what he did. That he did drama and celebrity news. I didn't know he was a piece of fucking shit. I had no idea that he was an actual scumbag. So I guess I do feel less bad about the fact that he turned himself into a fucking Hellraiser movie last night.
Yeah. Apparently he was selling a shirt. I saw this also of after Heath Ledger died, he was selling a shirt that had a picture of Heath Ledger that said like, "Why couldn't it be Britney?" Like,
okay, that's pretty good.
That one gets the case.
We all had that thought when we lost Heath Ledger. All right, you know, like it was.
No, we didn't.
All right, when
Britney has to do with it.
Philip Seymour Hoffman, then weren't you thinking like, come on?
Why couldn't it be Perez?
Why couldn't? Sure.
I'm really torn on this. He's like I've said this before. Everyone leaves their mark on this world, right? Some leave a big one, some leave a little one. Some leave a mark coated in gold. They have made this place a little bit better. I think a lot of people do that. Now, Jimmy Carter leaves a big mark. He was president, but there are so many like dads who were just certified public accountants and badasses who lived a quiet life and left a small gold mark, right? This guy left a big shitty mark on this planet. And there's not a lot redeeming about him. He made a good living hurting people. So I just have a hard time crying tears for his misfortune. He's feeling the way he made so many people feel.
I should have like done more due diligence instead of just looking right now about Perez and his controversies. But according to what I'm seeing, it looks like he outed Neil Patrick Harris before Neil Patrick Harris was out, which pretty not so chill. It's like pretty shitty thing to do to somebody.
Not NPH.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, the Britney Spears coverage and Heath Ledger t-shirts. Yeah, that's just covered that. Hilton shared or linked an upskirt paparazzi photo of a then 17-year-old Miley Cyrus that appeared to show her without underwear. He linked to Colin Farrell's sex tape. Let's see, something with Will.i.am, the black-eyed pea.
What did Will.i.am do?
I don't know. It says an encounter led to Hilton calling Will.i.am a homophobic slur, and the band's manager punched him. So, what's the funny way to imagine that story is that Perez Hilton called Will.i.am a homophobic slur, and the band manager was like, "You're a what?" and then attacked Will.i.am.
Yeah, did you say punched him? I don't know who the direct object is on that sentence.
Feuds and bullying.
Well, yeah, I had no idea that he was such an evil human being. Again, I just thought of him kind of, I don't know, I didn't have any thoughts really. I just knew kind of what he did. but clearly not. What a. You're right. He left a big shitty mark on the world. Yeah, that's awful.
I bet he's not too popular in the celeb circles. Probably not invited to the parties.
Probably not. Probably not. You wouldn't think so.
I don't see anything about Diddy here. Although, would I see it in the controversy section if he said something about Diddy? They would probably be like,
that's the heroic section.
At the time, I don't know about that.
Did they reduce Diddy's sentence? I think I read a couple times that they've like reduced his sentence or something like that. Is he going to have like a huge comeback when he is released? Do you think? Is there going to be a big tour? Are his friends going to rally around him and like make him whole again?
No, there's no way. 50 Cent will be sure of it. He'll be on the warpath.
50 Cent is the most spiteful human being that exists. I can't remember who he did it to, but he like bought all the front row tickets to their show so nobody'd be there. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's crazy.
He seems pretty funny. Like
he produced that fucking documentary. It must have cost millions of dollars or something. Like, I bet he made money. He probably profited, but it's an undertaking. Like, it's a thing he did. He's in it.
Yeah.
They reduced it, but not by a ton. So it was originally 50 months, 4 years and 2 months. And it was October of 25. So that would have had him getting out in, I don't know, December of 29. But it looks like he's getting out in January of 28. But that's his projected release. Yeah, it's different. It's different. But I'm trying. They didn't change the sentence. Like, they didn't change maybe it's just good behavior stuff. It doesn't explain. Why.
They may have credited him for some of his jail time.
You're right. There's some credit for time served. I'm seeing that. I scanned it too quickly. But there's no judge who formally reduced his sentence or shortened it. So, all right, he had some time served, and that's all I saw on the ChatGPT stuff.
Okay, I heard.
What did they even get him for real? Like, was it?
Oh yeah, what did he actually get found?
Yeah. What was the real?
It was some of the lesser charges. It may have been some Mann Act stuff, like the transportation of women for immoral purposes or whatever.
Oh, that doesn't mean like acting in a certain way with a man.
No, I think there's two.
Did you say it was the Mann Act? Transportation engaged in prostitution? That's exactly what it was. It was 2 women, Mann Act, and then all the others. It mentions a bunch of stuff he wasn't convicted of. So
that's
one
of the things.
The Mann Act, I believe, was a Jim Crow law that was meant to target black men with white wives, and like grab them if they try to like travel into your state.
So it wasn't originally about sex trafficking?
Yeah. No, I think it was about, well, I think it was, that may have been what they claimed it was for, but I think it was to crack down on interracial marriages.
So it's like when they do stuff like the Protect Children and Unicorns Act, and it's just to track you on the internet and like reduce your
rights. A lot of those Jim Crow laws were about that. Like on the surface, it might sound like something good, but when you boiled it down, it was like, but yeah, no guns for blacks. No guns for blacks. That's what it means. Yeah, you can have one. So can you. Yes, ma'am. Of course you can have your gun. No, sir. None for you.
At the most, they can have the shitty guns. They can buy from High Point. That's it. That's all. No Smith & Wessons. No Rugers for you. Yeah.
High Points are such pieces of shit. The first time I saw one, I didn't know it was a real gun. It didn't look like a real gun to me. It
really?
Looked like it was so blocky and chunky and there was like, it was like, this is what a fake kid's gun looks like. They make them extra big. Like real guns, they shave all that aluminum and steel down. They get all that weight off. High Point's like stamping them out. I think parts of it were made out of that material that's like, they take like powdered metal and like maybe some glue, and they squeeze it really hard under heat and call that metal. But if it's struck, it like breaks apart. It's not metal. Yeah, it falls apart. Yeah, those High Points are pieces of shit.
I always knew they were junk guns, but I thought it was just like a little bit of a reliability difference. No,
I don't think so. These look terrible. I'm at highpoint.com. highpointfirearms.com, and like how if you go to like Henry or Smith and Wesson, it'll be like the Red Hawk Old Western, 44. Like this, the name of one of their types of 9mm handguns is called the model Yeet Cannon Black.
Wait, yeeting is when you come on someone, right?
No, that's skeeting.
Yeah, that's
Skeeting.
skeeting.
Oh, yeeting is just when you throw
The
something.
Yeet.
Yeah,
That's something-
big difference.
Yeah, that's not an aftermarket etching. That's, I think you can get it. Yeah, it just says Yeet Cannon. Their lineup includes the
See,
Yeet
it looks like a
Cannon.
paintball pistol, right? Or a pellet pistol, or like maybe even like if you told. I saw it in a farmer's like the side pocket of his truck door once, and I was like, maybe that's some sort of a livestock pistol. Maybe it like shoots a powdered dart to like mark cattle. Like, oh yeah, pick that one out. Something like that. Some sort of livestock tool. And he's like, oh no, that's my protection. And I'm like, what a piece of shit that is. That
Yeah.
looks so bad.
It's not a very good farmer.
No,
I would
he
view
wasn't.
him as an unsuccessful farmer, a guy who's not turning a profit if he has
He
a high
was.
point in his truck. Yeah,
He was an unsuccessful farmer. Yeah, yeah. We would
You
borrow
can-
his trailer because he was never using it. He had this big cattle trailer, no cattle. He's literally all trailer, no cattle.
You can get a Yeet Cannon Black NTB 9mm for $229.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to beat that.
You could try wield for the cost of like a Glock. Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
I've-
I still
I've like
save
it.
up. I still save up for the Glock.
it's not. It seems like the only purpose for this gun would be like you're performing a hit, and you just want to. You're wearing
A
a
one-shot
glove,
gun.
and you just want to throw it away at the end.
Statistically, I wonder what's more reliable: 3 high points or a Glock.
Probably
I
a
bet
Glock.
the
Three
high
high
points.
3 high points. Yeah.
Yeah, if
Three?
you were like, bet your life something goes bang, I think I'd take the 3 high points.
Are we gonna? So we'd shoot. We would. One guy would start with the Glock, and one guy would start with one of the high points, and we would go until either the Glock had one malfunction or all 3 of the high points had malfunctioned. Ooh, this is a good gun guy question. I don't quite know the answer because I've never shot that piece of shit. But just by reputation, but just like it can't be that bad. I would take the high points. I think because Glocks do,
Especially,
every now and then something happens.
are you familiar with the bathtub curve of reliability? Have you guys heard this term before?
No.
No. All right. Well, imagine a bathtub, and its shape is the likelihood of failure. So there's a lot of items you buy them, and there's like a crib death. You open the box and it was broken, it didn't work. So very new stuff has a higher chance of failure. Once it's proven it works, then it's sort of reliable until it's very old and worn, at which point you hit the other part of the bathtub. That's the bathtub reliability curve. And I would think that if I had a high point and it shot reliably like 75 times, it's probably a good one. I didn't get a lemon and it would do well. But if it was the start of the bathtub curve, I bet on the Glock. That it would
Maybe.
be reliable out of the box, whereas high points are more likely to have that crib death and get a failure.
I've never understood like when you're we've all been there where you're shopping for a new thing, and what did you call it the other day with the monitor? You called it like the staircase of cost to benefit.
Oh yeah,
something
it's
or
my
another.
elevator purchasing. Yeah, where you're
Elevator
like-
purchasing.
Yeah,
I never understand why people get off on the ground floor with something like a high point. Like I only get off on the ground floor with things I just couldn't care less about and they don't matter at all. Like, I don't know, cashew milk. Let's get the cheap cashew milk. We don't need the $8 a gallon cashew milk. But a pistol? Spend the extra $80.
I just found a video of a guy going, high point, pros and cons. Is the world's cheapest pistol right for you? And there's a section where he's trying to like plink metal, and like over the course of 12 seconds, he has to like smack the slide multiple times to shoot it again, and then it like gets stuck, smack it again, shoot it once, shoot it again, get stuck, smack it again. I think you might be better with the Glock. Like, I mean, but then again, this guy's a one high point chump. He doesn't have, you can just toss it like it's like it's
Whose
like it's
video
one of
is
those
it?
Borderlands guns. You throw that and it explodes. And you just switch to the
Yeah, the
next one.
reload, you just throw the gun away. Remember that one?
Yeah,
That one was tremendous. I was going to do a video for them one time, and we had this whole idea of how to like we're doing that. we're doing the gun that you reload by throwing it away. But the thing was, when you threw the gun away, it had to explode. So I'm like, so we're going to have Glocks with C4 in them. And they're looking at me like, no.
You got a pretty good arm?
I'm like, oh, we're not throwing them far. We wanted to be really close to me when they go off. And they're just like, no.
Think fast.
Yeah, I don't get off on the ground
suck.
floor with something that you might risk your life with or something like that. That's for like coffee pods and shit like that.
I like I don't get off on the ground floor if something's going to last a long time. For something like a monitor, it depends on what your needs are, etc. Like I could see a case. Heck, you bought a really nice TV, but you got an inexpensive TV, right? And I think so there's a good case for that. Like, hey, you know what? It turns out the beginning of OLED, which is the beginning of the top, is not a bad place to be. So I could get that. But if it's going to last a lifetime, like a gun, actually, guns would last way longer than my lifetime. I've got like 25 years to go. A gun, it'll last so many lifetimes. You might as well get a good one. So I would get a good one.
You got more than 25 in you.
That put me at 78. Really?
Definitely.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're gonna have to cut the shit with the flying and the maybe bowling, golf.
I agree. I see no reason why you can't hit the 80s with your like lifestyle and everything like that, minus the extreme sports. Like you don't want to take up drag racing in your 70s or anything. Then I don't think you're gonna make it.
Well, see, there was a time like when my grandmother died, my grandfather died, my father's sister died. Like all these people didn't make it past their 60s. And I was like, so well, I'm probably healthier than they are, but whatever. But my father, I think he's 76. He might be 77. And he like breaks the record every day he's alive for Woodworths. So we're redefining the upper limit.
Okay.
Good. Well, and he's still tooling around. Like he's seems like he's going on vacations and stuff, right? Like
he's on vacation right now. Yeah, some country. I don't know.
Perpetually, it's great,
dude. You can't keep up. They're all, and it's never like, oh, he went from Orlando to Pensacola. No, he's in fucking China or Israel or Ireland or something like that.
We're on the island of Dr. Moreau. Yes, it's very exclusive.
Maybe not a great time for Israel for a vacation.
Okay, yeah. I don't know how he goes there. He's like super Christian, so he likes to go to Israel.
Sport the home team.
It could be that now is the time. Like maybe it's cheap as fuck. Like during COVID, when like getting the cruises was like they were giving them away. Maybe right now Israel's like, come on, like come to one of our beaches. It's probably going to be fine. Like
I look at that.
We need tourists to find the landmines.
Disaster tourism has always appealed to me. Like whenever the Ukraine thing first popped off, and like you were seeing the drones like hitting Kiev buildings and like you didn't know which way it was going to go. My first thought was to get on the internet and find out how much Airbnbs were going for in Kiev right now. And it's just like the bottom fell out when something like that happens, or like when there's a nuclear meltdown in Japan. It's like, oh, Fukushima is great this time of year. You want to go, guys? They're giving these rooms away. But
what would you do?
Because
you've always said like the war tourism, but like you'd like walk to the front lines or whatever, and they'd be like, go away. Unless they'd either say go away, or some like burly Eastern European would grab you and be like, thank you for coming, go, like, and like push you in front. But if not, if they turn you around, then you're like on your phone, like things to do in Kiev. Like what? Oh, there's a pretty wicked go-kart track near here.
I bet there's stuff to do in
cool.
Kiev. I wouldn't go anywhere near that war though. Like there's like a 20-kilometer zone between the front line and the rear guard that's just drone heavy, where it's hard to get to the front lines. More people die going back and forth from like home base or whatever to the front lines than fighting on the front lines. I don't want to go there at all.
The supply chain's crazy. It turns out that's what wins wars. And it's an area where America's just, I mean, are you inundated with all this, like, we're out of missiles stuff? We're low on attack. Oh, yeah. So apparently we've used 80% of our missile stockpiles in Iran. This is ATACMS and something else, but it's surface-to-surface missiles that we're particularly short on. And We can't launch the attacks that Trump wants to launch. Apparently, he's screaming at Pete Hegseth because Trump is not being properly informed. He's being lied to. And now he's found out that we don't have enough missiles. And he's like, what the fuck, Pete? You know, I thought we could do this. And they're denying it happened. They're reporting that it happened. Who knows? But the U.S.'s war machine has been drained of its missiles, it would seem. Service-to-service missiles in particular.
Fun.
Those companies are only too happy to have another order placed.
Well,
like, ooh, going to be a little more expensive.
Are less tricky missiles, like less decked. And that's apparently where we're moving to. We're downgrading the tech in our missiles. And apparently the missiles are like almost as good, but way cheaper. And that is a better way to conduct a war than our very Cadillac sophisticated missiles, which are very, very good. But we can't even keep enough of them around. And it takes years to rebuild the stockpile for something like the Iran wars.
Yeah. Makes sense.
There was no reason to have to fight a war
those
like
away.
the Iran war, though. Like
no.
Our general use case seems to be like, oh, there's like 80 guys over there, and we need to kill all 80 of them. Like try not to hurt anybody else while you do it. That's when you need those Cadillac missiles. But then Trump picks a war with a 100 million population, like world power that's financed and armed by Russia and China. And yeah, he just bled through all our missiles. Didn't he spend like did they say 30 billion or 300 billion he spent?
So what they said was 30, but that appears to be a lie. And they asked for something like 150 billion in replenishment funds, in addition to the $1 trillion budget we already have. That doesn't cover, it apparently doesn't cover our activities. So in addition to the $1 trillion budget, we need another 150 billion, 250 billion, something like that, to replenish the missiles that we fired.
Well, we'll just borrow that. We're no better as a country than those, like, I don't know what to call them, those people that used to buy cars from me for fucking finance for 84 months at like at 19% interest. And it's like, dude, you're gonna pay $100,000 for this Civic by the time you're done. Like,
America's debt has skyrocketed to 40 trillion. And the first time Trump was president, the national debt skyrocketed under that too. He cuts taxes and increases spending. That's what he does.
I think we've only had one president ever get us back to a cool zero. And
Clinton.
No, it was I think it was Andrew Jackson to completely
you're talking about
eliminate
national debt?
The national debt. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm talking.
No one else
got the national debt.
The national budget.
Yeah, Clinton, he didn't pay off all the debt, which might be what Taylor's referring to. Right. What Clinton did was not accrue any more debt. He actually paid off some small amount of it. But after Clinton, was that W? They quickly just cut some taxes and started a few wars and fucked up our debt again.
Can we just send the army to the people holding that debt and be like, cancel it? Cancel the
debt. But when you don't pay off your debt, no one lends to you the next time.
Yeah,
and that's
true.
The downside.
Lend to us. See,
maybe
works on both sides of the coin.
Pay. Yeah, you've got to pay, and the interest is $1 trillion a year now. The interest alone is $1 trillion a year.
Yeah, but that can't possibly go higher.
It's compounding interest.
You raise the interest rates, which includes how much we have to pay for our national debt when inflation is high, to lower inflation and get that back under control. So there's a real interesting test coming up. I don't know if it's happened yet or if it happens, like, it's super soon. Trump replaced Jerome Brown. He was the head of the Federal Reserve who kind of just like did the right thing, even though Trump pressured him to lower rates at a time of inflation. And you can remember him with the hard hat, Trump lying about his spending on some building, all that bullshit. Well, he's done. He served out his term, and now they have a new guy. And Trump's like, lower interest rates coming soon. But the thing is, the inflation that we're seeing in our economy would necessitate higher rates. And we're going to see whether this guy acts independently like a good Federal Reserve chair, or whether he lowers rates and fucks the country because it would be good for housing.
probably, well, I don't know how we get out of it. Like we're just in, like we're in a, it's,
Yeah,
we're 7 years into a skid that's like, it's been so horrible for normal people since COVID. And every year it's like, oh, maybe it'll get better. No, maybe it'll get better. Oh, no, nope. It's just going to continue grinding and everything will get more expensive. Like every 2 weeks you see a new study where it's like now 50% of millennials and Gen Z or millennials over 34 are living with their parents. And then you'll see like boomers being like, yeah, well, when I bought a house in 1974 with my hard work. And it's like, fuck you. Like it's just
you're a homeowner too, but you're not wrong. There are two things. Like here's one I don't agree with. When young people are like, the job market sucks. It's terrible. I wish the old people would just retire. The working people could all slide up and then the entry level would be ours. I had that same fantasy when I was 20 years old too. I get it, but it's not like wildly different to get a job than it has been over time. But affording college and affording a home, that's not the same. It is genuinely tougher now than it used to be. And I feel for the young people. It's tough.
Yeah, it really sucks. I feel really bad for, like, it really was like the last chopper out of Vietnam for a lot of people in 2019 for buying property. And now it's just prohibitive for a ton of people. And so they're just having to like work jobs that they can't progress. And they're like, oh, I did what I was told by the boomers and I got a degree in computer programming. And I think I'm going to apply for this job at Tesla. Oh, no. H-1B guy took it. Okay. I'll apply over at this Microsoft. Oh, no, they're paying a guy from a different country a third of what I was worth.
That like tech school is the way to go. Like I never saw somebody go to tech school and learn a trade that didn't immediately go into the profession. They didn't sit on the sidelines with their heating and air certification or their welding certification or whatever, become a plumber or a tradesman or whatever. Like, there's a job for you. It just seems like there's always a job that you can work your way up.
You trade your body though. Like over the years, that's rough.
There's some great things about tech school, right? The money is good. The employment is almost guaranteed if you work hard, right? If you go if you go out there and do what you say you're going to do on time, that makes you a rare commodity in the tech world. So that's pretty awesome. But their pay is lower. Their workplace injuries are higher. Their unemployment rates are higher. I'm doing non-college grads with the unemployment rate, not necessarily tech school, but like there's a good life to be had in going to college too. And it's been maligned so much that like college is endless debt. It's not worth it. It's a waste, et cetera, et cetera. And then they'll grab the worst college majors to make their example, right? They never talk about petroleum engineering. That's not what, no, that's like that degree doesn't exist. They fucking rich the day they walk out of school. And I was just looking at something on Reddit today about software engineer salaries. Now it was like the big firms, but these guys are making $250,000 as new grads. And that wasn't even the high ones, like the AI
Jeremy
firms.
Makes a year? You know, Jeremy, not the brightest bulb. Didn't graduate high school. Do you know what Jeremy makes a year? He's making 6 figures welding with no certificate. He just
not even a qualified welder. Just,
not even a qualified welder.
That is amazing. If it's true, I don't know, because we're taking Jeremy's word, I assume, at this.
No. I know the person. Return. Like, I know how he got the job, and so like I know what the job pays. Like.
Okay.
6 figures.
That's terrific.
Good for him.
I used to watch this welder on YouTube. I'm a bad welder myself. So I would watch welding and watch him do his thing and maybe learn from him. And he's like, yeah, it's a great job. It's a young man's job. Like when you're 40, you can't do this anymore. Now he was young. He might change his mind at 40, but
what kind of welding did he do?
This guy did welding for hire. So it seemed like he had a truck that he would take to farms and things and fix what was broken.
Oh, that's hard. They've got a job welding for the nuclear power industry in some way. They're always building new nuclear plants, I guess, and it takes like a generation to construct one. So if they start building a new nuclear plant and you've got a job there, don't think, oh, well, what are you going to do after that job? I don't know, retire. I'll be about 67.
The thing with welding to me is like what position is the material you're welding in, right? If I can take it to a desk and sit on a stool and weld, well, shucks, you can do that for a long, long time. It's a little tough. Stools aren't great, but whatever. On the other hand, like imagine a pipeline. Sure, the top of it is easy, but at some point you're on your back welding up while like slag and shit is dripping on you. If you go to the material and it can't be repositioned because it's a pipeline, then now it's a hard job.
Sometimes they have to weld. There are these coolant pipes running. They're against the wall. You're in like a concrete square tunnel, and there are these 6-inch coolant pipes running along the wall, and they need to be welded all the way around. So they use a mirror. There's a mirror on the back, and he welds through the mirror backwards, like with a little TIG set up. It's crazy.
Damn.
If I'm on a table, I can lay some MIG welds. That's the easiest kind of welding, or even stick welds, which is the second easiest, maybe. Pretty well. You'd look at it and be like, that'll hold.
Yeah.
But if I'm laying on my back welding underneath my buggy, this off-road thing I used to do, you would not be impressed with my welds.
It's stuck together.
I had a friend who was like all about in high school that he was going to be an underwater welder. Like that's what he wanted to do. He took like scuba diving certifications. He still is, to my knowledge, unless it expired, a scuba diving.
I looked into this last week. This
really?
is a dream job to me. Yeah.
He told me, he was like, that's what I'm going to do. You make a ton of money. And I remember like, even at the time being like, that seems just horrible, like doing that. And then that dream died when he talked to one for a while. He like talked to a real underwater welder. And I talked to him about it like months after the fact. And I was like, you still thinking about that? And he's like, no. I talked to someone who did that. I don't think I'm going to do it anymore. And I'm like, what'd he say that like turned you off? He's like, he said it was terrifying. Like he said like that you're under the sea and it's just beasts abound potentially. You're under the sea.
I've seen videos of the guys doing it, and obviously it varies like locations. And this guy, he was down so far that it was black. Either he was welding at night or there was no sun that could get to his depth. Oof. And he's illuminated really brightly, but that just adds more to the contrast of the inky black ocean that he's in. And he's just down there, and you see the strobe of the welder and everything. And then a big fish like just goes past him, and it was so big, Woody. Now I know that it was not a predatory fish, but it was a big enough fish that if it had been like, you know what, fuck it, and like grabbed, like bit him, it could have taken him away. It was so big. Yeah. I couldn't do it either.
And something
Woody's the Aquaman of the group. Something about being down there in that inky blackness, not knowing if there's literally a gigantic monster feet away would be so awful. And you're focused on your work and you can't hear anything. Your senses are deprived. No.
The part that you guys didn't like is not the part that scares me. Being deep underwater, that's why I'm there. That part I like. What got me was the cold. Apparently, the overwhelming amount of these jobs is in cold water. I'm picturing 18 feet deep. What was it called? Deep sea blue. What was the thing in the Gulf it was a BP? It was a drilling station. Deep blue, maybe, right? I'm picturing that thing's got a leak. It's 12 feet down. They need Woody to come in there and weld up a patch or something like that. So they hire the underwater welder, and it's kind of nice, right? That's not it at all. You are so deep that the travel to like the commute to get 100 feet down and back up without getting the bends is a time-consuming mess. The thing you're wearing is very constrictive. It's not the wetsuit I had surfing. It's some other underwater like metal gear. I don't know what. It's black, like you said. There's no light at all, which is just a lousy, yucky work environment. It's freezing cold. The apprentice period is awful. Just the underwater welders bully you for years and years and years while you like handle materials on deck, for them and like bring lines around and stuff like that. And, the thing I was reading about was like, but once you do get in there and become a real underwater welder, there's a tight knit community of friends who actually have this job. Like, I'm not here for fucking friends. I thought it'd be a good job. Like you could say that about any job. Like once you do become an attorney, you have attorney friends. Yeah.
Do you know about saturation diving?
A little bit.
So they pressurize you, send you down there, and you're breathing heliox down there so that and so everybody's voice sounds fucking crazy. There's a story about this guy in the North Sea of, off Scotland or wherever, somewhere in that area. And there was a big storm, and the way they've got like an umbilical that comes down, and I don't know what the thing the umbilical connects to is called, but it's like a life hatch type thing that they can swim up into a hole that's in the bottom of it and take their masks off and chat, and then they can like go back down and work some more. It's sort of an in-between from the surface and like the work area. And they sort of like umbilical it around to the work areas they need to be at. Well, there's a big storm up top, and the umbilical's being drugged. Something about the ship dragged. The ship's stabilizing mechanism is faulty or something. They're being dragged. And the guy isn't in the umbilical. He's down on the workpiece with a hose connecting him to the umbilical. And that is dragging. And then it drags and gets wrapped around something, and it snaps. And he's on his own, and the other divers are in the umbilical being drug off into the inky blackness, that away. And he's down there with no oxygen for 35 minutes. They don't know how he survived. He just did.
He's just different now.
They went and by the time they got him back, a guy had to go down and like muscle him up back and swim him up into the umbilical and get him in there and do a little CPR. And he woke up and he's fine.
35 minutes.
Dude, it would be cool to have a little underwater break room, where everyone talks on helium. How's it going for you, Taylor?
35. Like
that was pretty good.
Everyone sounds like fucking a dwarf. Yeah, that job sucks.
All break rooms should be helium filled.
That's
what,
oh, go ahead.
What extreme job does the kind of job that comes with hazard pay? Which one do you think is the most appealing? Because I think underwater welding is very appealing. I think I don't know about the like death rates, but something about that. I know that I would be scared down there, and I'd probably freak out, and I would be best case scenario. I'm just full of anxiety 8 hours a day, like. And then the night, I'm going to sleep thinking, I got to go back down there tomorrow.
Yeah. The fantasy of it is cool, but the cold, dark, murky water, that's not cool to me at all. So it's a bad work environment. If they got paid big bucks, like you made $400K as an underwater welder with this very rare skill, that'd be neat. What's a neat job? The big boat salvage. Like, when a cruise liner sinks and it's tilted on its side and they have to somehow find a way to refloat it and drag it to India for like deconstruction. Mm-hmm. That'd be a fun gig.
That would be definitely preferred to underwater welding.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of a hazard pay job that's terrestrial.
I mean, if there was, I'm picturing a cruise ship that's like on its side in like Bahama waters, like, and you're just down there like, oh, this is wonderful with a cutting torch, like
this
having a
was
good time.
like off the coast of Italy. I think it's pretty nice.
That's
not
pretty
too bad.
nice.
You want someone playing like steel drums, still kind of audible under the water.
Then you get addicted to it, right? Then you become an eco-terrorist. You're blowing up.
Oh.
You have to take the ships out in idyllic areas around the world so that your company can get the job doing the salvage.
Like a fireman who makes his own business, right? A little bit of arson on the side, then you put the fire out. Woody's always the first to respond.
We don't get paid by the hour, you asshole. What are you doing?
A lot of his
terrestrial hazard pay job. Like I think of I don't know if you get hazard pay, but the lumberjack stuff is super. I think it's the most dangerous job every year.
Ooh.
I think you're right. Yeah, people get
linemen
crunched.
You ever see those guys who are just up on the wires, like literally traversing the big high tension, high voltage wires? They're up there with like gloves, and you see them like do that thing where they go to grab it, and at first it arcs, and then they get a firm grip. That looks pretty.
My grandpa did that in the 70s.
Linemen are the heroes that don't get credit for being heroes, right? Everyone talks about first responders, right? And of course, the police and the EMS guys and stuff, they save lives. Linemen are kind of first responders too. And they save lives indirectly. I guarantee you, if that power kept out, people would die. And
Yeah.
linemen save lives on a grand scale, not one at a time. And like whenever they bring my electricity back on, and I know it's some dude who traveled here from Michigan to North Carolina because the storms were forecasted. I'm like, that guy, that's hero work. I know he's doing it for money too. Like I'm not dumb. Well, not that. I'm a little dumb. I'm on the spectrum a little bit, but you know, like. But what he's doing is good. Just because he's getting paid for it doesn't make it not
I
good.
appreciate those guys. When I'm without electricity, it's a sobering experience. You're just kind of sitting there like, man, I'm getting tired of reading a book by candlelight. This is not my speed. I can only do that for it. We were without power once for 5 days or something like that. Like that second cold shower is really bracing. You know, the first one, it's kind of like, oh, cold showers, emergency mode. But that second day when you're like, I don't think it's coming back today. And I need to take a shower. Like,
yeah, dude, I'd be going Asmongold mode and being like, I don't even need this. It smell like shit.
I got wet wipes. We're good. Have you seen his lady friend?
I did. I saw he has a girlfriend now.
I'm going to guess she's way hotter than people would guess.
Of course she is.
But is she really? Because he's like probably worth like $50 million or something. And you would expect him to have a girlfriend like that.
I think she's a like Twitch streaming, like pretty Asian girl type person. I don't know what she streams or like what her business is. I don't know any of that. But I've just seen some clips of them like hanging out in his house together. She opens his refrigerator and she's like, that's a cockroach head. And he goes, no, it's not. And he walks over and he's like, that is a cockroach's head. How'd that get in there? And he like makes up some story about how the cockroach head might have gotten in there. And it made no sense.
But every picture I see of her looks fake. She has a very sharp, like filter chin.
It looks like she's standing at a very deliberate angle for the camera. And then
I've noticed she wears a lot of
Asmongold is
contouring
just
makeup too that makes her like
goblin
nose
mode.
and chin kind of like accentuated,
little contouring,
tiny and pointy. Yeah, I think she's going for kind of an anime princess look.
I mean, I think the reason he doesn't buy a new house is because of like sentimentality, but he could keep that house and buy another one too. Like buy a second house and just keep this house.
Good for Asmon.
He could just buy a new house every time he's like, I don't want to clean.
I'm guessing it's part of the brand. You know, like, do you guys watch Jinxie at all?
No, I'm aware of him.
Jinxie is a very popular streamer. He's on that short list of most popular at the moment. He plays Rainbow Six a lot, which is the same game I'm into lately. And he's charismatic, but he screams into a bad mic that clips all the time. And the sound proofing in his room is terrible. I'm looking for a better one. You know, the sound absorbing, that's what I'm looking for, is terrible. So to me, his audio is bad, but it's also part of his charm. And when people hear him like flip out and his mic clips and the audio is terrible, I think there's a certain like, you know, something from nothing, made this all himself charm that people enjoy about his F grade audio.
Sure. Yeah, I know. I mean, that's a big meme with Asmongold on him is like that. It's like he's always goblin mode. Like he's just in that house. And I don't know if I mentioned it, but I watched some video of him like touring two other YouTubers or maybe streamers through. And he was talking about having like tidied up a little bit. Like, no, like you're having to like turn sideways to go through the hallway because there's so much stuff. He's like, that's a 75-inch TV that a company sent me for a sponsorship. Never got around to opening it. It's just a box in the hallway of like a 4K gigantic
That's not bad,
TV.
though.
Imagine he hires someone to clean his room, right?
Bad, yeah.
And it's perfectly clean.
They do.
And behind him is like the neon and the stuff that like, you know, like a hot girl streamer would have. And the whole room is perfect. Then he's not Asmongold anymore.
I think he still would be. It would be.
He has
fun.
like a maid service that comes in and like keeps his house. Like Every time someone
Now
mentions
he
it, he'll
does?
get the camera and like, oh yeah, for a while now. He'll show his
Okay.
room is very clean.
Is it a maid service or is it like a chain gang, guys with those sticks with metal things? You're just walking through and sticking everything.
Bunch of guys with orange vests in there cleaning up.
I almost had to do that.
Yes. Man, I'm
Yeah.
never gonna go back to breaking the law. I learned my lesson. Yeah. I mean,
They
I
almost
think it
gave
would
you
be
community
good
service, would
if he
Mhm.
I was
Yeah.
praying for some of that.
It was it's how I met my wife, right? I threw the jelly down the stairs at the dorms in college. And when I got busted, they gave me a choice of like community services that I could do. I think washing police cars was one. Around the campus with the sticks, it's kind of not a bad gig, except everyone sees you and it's so embarrassing. So I
Wash
didn't want to do that. I ended up watching people's kids. I volunteered for a daycare. I was like, this is where you send the delinquents for punishment? I'll do that one then. So I worked in daycare and I was terrible. They had these like blocks,
are they the
like
bad kids?
big wooden blocks the size of bricks. They were kids of the like student moms. And you could only build the structures like 2 feet tall. And I'm like, well, that's a dumb rule. Knock yourselves out, kids. Oh my God. They're falling on their heads. They're building little houses to crawl into and they're clumsy and they bump into them and they're crying. And I'm like, maybe that rule was a good idea. maybe I'm not ready to watch children yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean,
This is
the mic.
You what?
I didn't mean
He
to cough
coughed into the mic. Then no big deal.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, well, that's
Yeah,
a good
I
segue
think
then, because Kyle, last week I was AFK, and you joked about my 11-year-old DUI charge
Yeah, it
for the
slipped
first
out.
time on the show.
Yeah, it
All
slipped
is
out.
good, no
It
harm,
slipped
no
out.
foul.
Sorry about that.
But I had to do
yeah.
community service for that, where I loaded and unloaded a truck at like a Goodwill, and it
I
was
didn't know this.
actually pretty fun. Like
How many hours did you serve in days?
it was over a couple weekends.
Mhm.
And so like on Saturdays I had to go, but all the guys there were like chill and fun. And it was a very like jokey, blue collary atmosphere. And so it was like there were times where like I was trying to be more proactive. Like there would be a big tub of clothes and the boss lady would come back and be like, all right, well, that truck's empty. You guys need to get to organizing these. And then I would like start doing it. And some other guy would come over and be like, we don't do that shit, bro. And I was like, well, I want to seem cool. So yeah, we don't do that shit, bro. Like,
we move boxes. We don't organize clothes.
yeah.
Although that would seem like a filthy job. I wouldn't want to go through the intake at a Goodwill could have all sorts of filthy shit coming through.
There was some gross stuff that like you were like, who thought this was okay to donate? But the
I've seen
vast
lingerie
majority was
with
like normal
pussy
clothes.
stains on them
Yee.
I've
Yeah.
seen that. Tell me more.
at Goodwill.
Oh, okay.
at Goodwill.
There's a
Yeah.
subreddit for that.
Yeah,
It's
after,
called, is it called panty sugar or some shit?
Maybe it is. I thought it was panty candy, but I think you might be right. I
Oh.
forget. I don't actually go to
Panty.
that subreddit all the time,
Disgusting.
Neither of those
but
are
I'm
very
aware of
appealing.
its existence.
But yeah, so I'll tell that story not too long. Don't want to monopolize the conversation too long, but like 11 years ago, 2015, I'm much younger, but much dumber. And I was working at the airport, and I only mention that because my weekends were like topsy-turvy. Shout out to anybody working one of those airport jobs where you have like a Thursday, Friday weekend one week, and then like a Tuesday, Wednesday the next week. It sucks.
This
You
is
can't have a social
airport
life.
car rental, right?
Airport car rental, yeah. And so I just mentioned that because I believe it was like a Monday, the day it happened, but that was my Friday. And so I was like, man, I'm going to get like my Friday night. No one's doing anything because it's like, it's everyone's Monday. So I'm going to get drunk. I'm going to get high. I'm going to grind Destiny. I'm going to pick up food on the way home, just like alone time. So I do that until like 11:30 at night. And I'm like, fuck, out of food, out of beer. I want to go to a gas station and get a few more hours out of this night. Very dumb move. Don't do that, kids, because I was like, I've been ripping bowls all night. And 2015, by the way, weed was not chill in 2015. Like it was a pretty big.
And you're
big,
crossfaded or just weed?
No, both. I've been drinking beer. I've been smoking weed. And I knew like you definitely shouldn't be driving. But in my head, and like I texted Kyle the other day, I was like, dude, some of these theories the listeners are coming up with what my DUI must have been like are so wild and GTA-esque that like they're going to call me gay for the real story. And which is to be expected. I deserve it. But this gas station, I have to mention, was my routine walking to gas station. Like I would go there during the week and get chips or a couple sodas, or on the weekends I'd get beer. On off days, I would like go get a Red Bull or a Monster in the morning sometimes just to be out of that shithole apartment that I hated.
It was walking distance from your apartment.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And I told Kyle, I'm like, man, there's no way it was more than 300 yards. But I was like, maybe I'm coping. Maybe it was further than that. I want to look up the actual GPS. 0.11 miles. 194 yards was how far away my 400-yard round trip. And like I knew going out there, like it's all on me. Like no matter how short the distance, how slow you're going, like don't drink and drive. You're a fucking fool. I was a fool, very selfish. I regret it a lot. I deserved what happened. But in my head, it was like I was so fucked up. I was like, who cares? Like just do it. Like you'll get a couple more minutes. There's no reason to watch. It's Monday night. What's the worst that happens? It's Monday night. It's only this guy's Friday. Everybody else with a happy life has work tomorrow. And so just do it. What's the worst that happens? That you're out over $6,000 and that thousands of people clown on you on the internet for over a decade.
That'll never happen. What was your BAC?
My BAC. Oh, dude. I did okay on the sobriety field test. But my BAC, after I blew the guy, when I was in the back of the cop car after failing because I was such a young, dumb fool, I like did okay on the line walk. And I was like in my head, I'm like, this is going great. You
tell the cop.
But meanwhile, like
I think
my
I
face,
fooled you.
I think I fooled you. Nah, he knew. And this guy, we actually had a disagreement over the definition of a step, a very respectful disagreement because I was very meek out of being terrified. But basically he said, start with 1 foot on the line and like your right foot, and then take steps with your left foot and count to 10, and then turn around with while keeping your hands at your side but stay on the line when you turn around. And like I'm doing it and I'm like, you're the best around. Like I was doing like good on that, and I'm like this is going pretty well. I get to the end, I turn around because this was long enough ago that I still had a semblance of athleticism and balance. And I turned around being like, that went great. And he was like, okay, good. But you took 11 steps, not 10. And I was like, and more evidence I was fucked up. And like, if you just could see me, like I was clearly drunk. And also like I'd smoked so much weed, like aggressively bloodshot eyes. like you could watch a movie in the reflection of my eyes. I had such high glassy eyes. Like I was like visibly fucked up. And he was like, you took 11 steps. And I like was like, well, no, you heard me. I counted to 10. And he was like, you counted to 10, but I told you to start with your right foot on the line. And so that means that first step of your left foot is actually step number 2. And I was like, but it doesn't count as a step until you move forward. Like that's what steps are. And believe it or not, I got owned. I didn't know I was a mere college freshman and he was Ben Shapiro. He owned me with facts and logic. And he did not agree with me, which I was wrong about everything that night, for driving drunk, for being reckless, all of that. I maintain that I was 100% right about the definition of a step. It is not a step until you start moving forward.
So I picture like an imaginary T on the ground and they say, okay, start here and follow this line, right? He's counting steps as approaching the imaginary T. Like, what are we doing?
So it was a line in between a parking space, and he said, start with your right foot on it. And so I started with my right foot on it. And then after I counted to 10, he said, you took 11 steps because you should have counted that foot that was static that you started on as step 1. And my point was like, no, a step is at the time I couldn't articulate this, but like, this is like walking is a mode of locomotion. The currency of walking is steps. Like until you're moving forward.
Yeah, break it down for him like this. I love that.
I didn't do this, but like you have to agree. Until you're moving like if either of you were standing still in the corner of a room and I were like, can you guys take 5 paces towards me? You wouldn't look at whatever foot happened to be slightly further ahead and then go 2, 3, 4. Like, no, you got to be moving forward to count the step. And so
0.
I was wrong. Exactly. I was wrong about everything else that night, but I was right about the steps.
I'm with you on the steps. And I think those field sobriety tests, the one where you perform these like minor league athletic things, are just done for them to give you bullshit reasons why you didn't succeed.
Oh, for sure. Like, I didn't know. And,
they're like lie detector tests.
Yeah, I was fucked. And then, he was not swayed by my attempts. And so like, I'm in the back of the police car and he's like, all right, if you can do the breathalyzer or I can blood test you at the precinct. And in my head, I was like, if they test my blood, they'll definitely know I'm fucking high as giraffe pussy right now. Like as if they would like to be testing for that. I don't know, but it really spooked me. And then he was like, if you burp, we have to wait 15 minutes. And then if you burp again, I wait another 15 minutes. And then after that, you either take the breathalyzer test or I take you to the station and we blood test you. And so like he'd reduced my hand. I was holding just at this point, I've got 2 burp cards. I got a pair of burps. And so like I played the only cards I have where he's like, did you burp? And I was like, yup. Another silent, scentless burp, officer. And like, I don't know what I was hoping for doing that other than wasting mine and his
sobering
time.
up in the next 30 minutes, I guess.
Definitely wouldn't have been enough. But it was like, maybe there will be some horrible domestic nearby where he's like, you lucked out, get out of here. Like, but I had no such luck. No psycho was killing their families. And
that's when you need your buddy. You need Jeremy to like see the scene happening from your apartment's balcony, get in his car and crash headlong into the cop car.
I needed that.
I heard your wife cheated. I'd respond aggressively because I'm not a pussy. You're on you.
Yeah. He's in a Ford Explorer. The lights are on.
There's the domestic you needed.
Yeah. And so that all goes on. And then he's like, all right, you going to blow or are you going to blood test? And like the idea of a blood test spooked me so much. So I'm like, I'll blow. And so then I blow in it and the like ring a ding ding, like the like, oh, you lose noise came up. And like, it was like 0.12. Like it was not like there was no reason to send this to New York for review. Like I was not like near touch the ground.
Drunk zone, but you're not breaking any records.
No, I wasn't breaking it. As a matter of fact, like my attorney, this is flashing forward a little bit, but when I got my attorney a couple days later, I walk into his office the first time and he was like, all right, good news and bad news. So the bad news is you're in Idaho and, I've looked at your case and, you're a first time offender. Compared to most things I see as far as like distance and speed, like this whole thing, I bet I topped out speed like at 13, 14 miles an hour. It was just like going across the road. And he was like, yeah, so it was a low risk thing. And so I'm sure that you're thinking that this could be pled down. And in my head, I'm like, that hadn't even considered that. And he's like, well, in Idaho, that's not possible. Most other states would look at this and they would agree to make it a lower charge and only make it a DUI if you had a subsequent one. But I just want to get that idea out of your head right now, because this isn't going away. You're going to have to plead to this charge. And then but when I walked in the office, it had never crossed my mind that it could be a lower charge. And so he basically introduced the idea that there were 49 other states I could have fucked around in and apparently not been a big deal. And then his good news to try and bring me back up. He's like, the good news is that there are tiers of blood alcohol content in Idaho. And the way I remember him explaining it to me was like anything above 0.08 is illegal, but they have a number way above 0.08 that they call excessive.
Yeah.
And maybe other states are like that. And so like he said, like if you're excessive, then it can even be a felony. Like really, really big deal. And his like good news was like, the good news is you're in the misdemeanor category. And so as long as you behave, then you don't do this again in the next 2 years, this will be expunged. And so I was like, okay, so your good news was something I saw online earlier, and your bad news was something I didn't know was possible, and then you tore away. Thanks for that. What do I owe you? But yeah, that was like
$6,000.
$6,000. Yeah,
and they're like, it's expunged, but nothing goes away on the internet.
He's like, you ever hear of those guys that can't pay off their college loans? Yeah. I'm not one of them, Taylor.
I mean, I didn't like shop around. I just went on Google and like found the guy with like the most good reviews. And this seemed like his specialty was all sorts of traffic shit. So I just went with him. But the like faster than any DMV was my experience, like between the like him saying you're under arrest and like getting in a taxi at the end of it being like, what the fuck? Like, because all I was after he said you're under arrest, and I said like these same 3 phrases in my head for like months nonstop afterward, just like, the fuck is wrong with you? Why didn't you just walk? And you're one of those fucking guys now. Like just those things over and over. Like after he said you're under arrest, he could have sang fucking Yankee Doodle Dandy in the car. Instead of reading me my rights, I wouldn't have known. It was like a flashbang. But then when I get there, because like, again, it's only this guy's Friday night. For everyone else, it's regular Monday. It was the fastest government experience I've ever had. I go in and the guy's like takes my wallet, driver's license, credit card, home insurance card, or not home insurance, like car insurance card, 3 more sandwiches at Blimpie. He gets a free one, $17. Here you are, sir. Go through the next room. They'll get you fingerprinted. Walk right through. It's a ghost town. There's like those like foamy doctor's chairs in like a crescent. There's only one person there, like a skinny little white crackhead, meth head looking guy. He's watching a subtitled version of Maury. And I get fingerprinted. He tells me to sit down. I like look up to see who the father is for like a second. And then I turn back and the meth guy jump scared me. And he starts like being like, man, I can't stay in here tonight. You know, it's $500. I'm good for $500, but I can't get it. It's all in cash. And so you give me your phone number. Tomorrow I meet up with you. I give you $600. You just get me out of here. I can't stay here tonight. And like, I'm already in the middle of him doing that. I'm like,
deal, Taylor.
And I remember being like so rattled, like from all of this. And like, and still in my head, like my eyes are still like red as the devil's dick. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop where they're like, where I'm just like, they're gonna be like, something smells skunky, it's you, and then like I'm in more trouble. But like I just stood up and I was like, oh, I'll think about it.
Any narcotics in your home tonight, young man?
And so I fled like a baby up to the receptionist area where the cop was like typing the last of my details. And I was like, hey, when should I call a taxi? And he's like, oh, actually, here's the card. You should probably call him now. I'm wrapping you up pretty quick. Also, I need your card to charge you, and then sign these 2 things. And here's your receipt. And
did you not even have to go to a cell?
No.
See, I had a similar experience when I had that. I was falsely arrested for I was in Walmart with my gun, and I was with my cousin Scott, and Gator had fucked the manager's wife. Ooh. And the manager knew it. So when we walked in, he called the cops on us and said there are armed men in Walmart. Guess he was trying to get us killed. And so the cops show up. We show them our carry permits, and the cop basically said that doesn't apply. Those don't work in Walmart. Complete false arrest, but that's neither here nor there. But we were in. It was late. Like we were at Walmart at like 11 p.m. or something, playing the video games in the back. Like I don't know. I'm like 22 and Scott's 21, I think. Mm-hmm. And when we got to the jail, we're sitting in this like side room getting fingerprinted and getting our mugshots taken. And the intake officer is like this really sweet, like slightly effeminate and fat, sort of like John Candy character that we're like yucking around with, having a good time. And there's a TV monitor up in the top corner of the room that's showing the cells in the back, the jail. And it's like 20 black guys that look like they're having a dance party. They look like they're beating up a ghost back there that we can't see, that only they can see, because they're all just they're screaming nonsense. Two of them are in an argument, like across, like they can't get to each other, but they're in different cells. And he's like, I'll try to get this paperwork done quick. Ain't no need for y'all to have to go back there tonight. You're not even allowed a belt in there. And I'm like, what would they do with my belt? Probably hang you with it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why would you say that to me? We were so scared that he was going to put us back. I'm like, one of us has to, to Scott, I'm like, one of us has to call our dads. Paper, rock, scissors. Let's figure this out. And we played paper, rock, scissors, 1 out of 1, and he lost. And so we called his dad. And my dad didn't know anything about it for like a while afterwards. Not till it was all over.
But it was false. Like you could walk through.
Well, like I've told the story.
Was there a
before,
sign on the door? Saying no guns?
No.
I don't think Walmart has that, right?
But that wasn't even their argument. Their argument was that carry permits don't apply to Walmarts. And so we were, but they did.
It's weird.
So they were charging us with some serious stuff. And when we got to court, the judge, he was like, oh yeah, those carry permits, they don't work for Walmart. And I literally had to defend us real quick. And like, I saved the day. Then I had a panic attack and they had to drag me out of there. And the judge said, Scott laughs too when I tell this story. But then I point out that he turned white as a ghost, clammed up, and didn't say a word while that judge was talking about years. I bucked up. I had paperwork.
Did everybody on your team carry you out like Spider-Man? Like, careful, he's a hero. Like,
they grabbed my belt. Like each of them had like one hand like in my belt and the other on my shoulder. And they like marionetted me out of the
room. I mean, Jeremy, it was pretty helpful, but he didn't have to like move his lips like that. Like,
so I was like, the judge was like, yeah, those carry permits don't apply to public gatherings, and Walmart's a public gathering. And I'm like, I had this quote here from the Attorney General of Georgia where he refers to grocery stores and clothing outlet stores. Surely Walmart is also like covered. And that was the only thing that kept us from like going to fucking jail or something. He was like, oh, well, let me look into that. And then like 6 weeks later, they didn't apologize, but they gave us our guns back. And the whole thing was like, it just went away.
That sucked. That at least calls for like an edible arrangement.
I would have liked an edible arrangement. I could feel myself about having the panic attack in court. Bear in mind, I'm standing in front of like the big, scary, tall desk. Yeah. That has like not just the judge behind it, but he's got like backup up there. He's got like a stenographer and he's got like a phrenologist over there for some reason. It's an old timey court. Yeah. And he's got like a bailiff. There's a couple cops, and behind me is the scum of the earth. Like I've been watching these. There's an Elvis impersonator in the room who had abused his dog. He's like losing his ability to own dogs. Like while I sit and wait my turn. Like DUIs and all sorts of bullshit. Terrible people, Taylor. The scum of the earth. and we finally get up there, and he's telling me that like he's like, well, those permits are no good. And I'm start having the panic attack, and I'm like, yeah, but the Attorney General of Georgia, he said this, that, and the other. And I'm handing the paperwork. I have copies for everyone, and I'm like, and I'm like, do you have any water? And I don't want to drink the water. My plan is to spritz a little bit of it on me. Because I know as goofy as that's going to look, if I fall and crack my head on the floor, that's clearly goofier. I have an audience behind me.
Where does being marionetted out of the room stack rank amongst the goofy outcomes?
Well, he wasn't even strictly there, really.
Regardless of the ranking, it happened 8 seconds later because they were like, no, they were very like, whoever said it, I don't remember now, but they were like, no, we don't have any refreshments for the accused or whatever, something like that. Oh. Like I was in a medieval like fucking courtroom or something. No water for you,
like,
boy.
Jeffrey Dahmer had like a pitcher of water.
You shall plead thirsty.
Wash it down.
And so I had they see I'm dropping, I'm literally falling, and they scoop me up and they whisk me away to this back room. And immediately, I mean, 2 seconds later, there was like they're pouring Coca-Cola in a plastic cup, and they're literally serving me like snacks and refreshments like a second later. And then I hear the ambulance like showing up outside, and I'm like, time to go.
I'll take those orange slices, thank you. Yeah.
Dude, ambulance in America, there's a $3,000 bill coming your way. Run,
dude. That's what I was like. We gotta get the fuck out of here, Scott. Like we were driving away as the ambulance was turning in. Like we passed each other like strangers in the night. It was incredibly embarrassing. And that wasn't even my worst court embarrassment. That's it happens. What was court like for you? Was it? Just
I didn't have to go.
Oh
no. The guy was just like, just write the check and I'll go there and represent you and do this and that. And I was like, okay, so I don't have to show up. And he was like, no. So I guess it was boilerplate. Yeah, I didn't.
What
have
if
to
he
put
wasn't
on
a
my
real lawyer
spiffy.
and he just took your money and like they're like, you never showed up for your court appeance?
I go back and his office is boarded up. What?
It's a spirit Halloween. And he's behind the counter, pretends like he's never met you before, and no one will believe you.
I think that fucking Tiger King was my attorney. Like this was way before that, so I don't know what he would be in what would he be in 2015? Paul Blart Mall Cop.
Something like that. Fucking True Blood or something.
Yeah. Well, at least that was the only time you actually fainted in court. Right?
Yeah, I was going down at one point in a preliminary hearing. They were listing my charges.
That's scary.
Dude, it was such a long list.
Had you heard them before?
Had
you heard them before?
I'd read them before.
Okay.
They don't look so bad on a page. Even though it's like a cut. When you flip the page and you get to page 2 and you're like, oh, God damn. Well, that's not even true. What? This is mine. And then you're like, well, that's pretty awful. And they're like, there's a third page. Like that's pretty bad. But like in court, when the prosecutor's reading them, she adds a little sting to it or whatever. And it's just like, and this and that while doing this and in possession of that. And it's like, oh my God, this is... Shouldn't you say something about that? And I started feeling, and I told my lawyer, like, as they're still like listing charges, I'm like, about to pass out. I've got about 15 seconds. I'm going to hit the floor. And like that, because I know the timer has begun. And he's like,
do it. It's good for your case.
If he said that, I've been cool with it. I've even squealed a little when like as I went down or something. But like he had to hustle me up a chair, had to sit for a second and like get my wits about me again. And then the panic attack went away and I was able to stand again to hear the rest of my fucking charges.
That would have been like his Joe Pesci moment where like you pass out and squeal and he's like, do you really believe this man could have done anything even close to half that cool? This is clearly a cool guy.
Case hold water.
Yeah.
That's a good movie. I haven't seen it in forever.
That's a great
My Cousin Vinny, Taylor?
I've seen My Cousin Vinny. I really like that movie. And I saw a picture of Marissa Tomei recently. I think she may be winning the all-time aging best of every human ever award.
There's another one. Who starred in Space with George Clooney and hot older woman? Also in Speed.
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, she's aging really well too. Oh, Christy Crawford. There's a couple.
I don't know Christy Crawford.
She's a supermodel.
Oh, Cindy Crawford?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I got it wrong.
Yeah, there's also Christy Brinkley. You may have been mixing two.
You've
done what every man has always wished to do. You've combined Cindy Crawford and Christy Brinkley into an Abradolf Linkler type scenario.
It's pretty
perfect combination.
Just like rambling this off. You can do well on a podcast.
Yeah, you got a real future in
Yeah.
it. Yeah. I just saw a picture of Marissa Tomei at 61, and it's like,
I broke that hip.
Is she drinking blood somewhere? What's going on? Is she on the adrenochrome?
She's gonna need calcium after I'm done.
Damn. Yeah, Sandra Bullock still looks good, but she just never started from the heights that Marissa Tomei did. As far as
have
just
you ever
baseline.
seen that? There's a modeling photo where she's bent over in a skirt, but she's facing the camera. It's very suggestive, but they don't see anything. And something so sexy about that. And you read the comments, and it's 10,000 guys going, "Show me the view from behind." She's just like bent over, like spreading her skirt out wide, like, but it's like head on with the camera. I've always liked Sandra Bullock. I liked her in Speed. I liked her in Demolition Man. I've always liked her.
You know who I don't think gets enough credit for being like shockingly beautiful, even amongst Hollywood standards? Natalie Portman. I know she's hot and everything, but I just
into Natalie Portman. Yeah,
don't feel like she makes most people's short list. You know,
she's on mine. I like those like little pixie looking girls like Natalie Portman, and there's another one.
I think Keira Knightley is like
that's the other one.
Like a prettier version of Natalie Portman.
I like her sharp. She has, you know what I like? It's the same reason that I don't love Liv Tyler, but I love Liv Tyler in Lord of the Rings. I like the like elf-like features. I like the little like the ears and the pointy ears and the nose, and like I like the Vulcans too. Whenever I see a Vulcan, and I'm into that. I'm into the pointy ears.
Okay,
I'd love the fucking elf.
I'll do what I can. I saw Natalie Portman in some. Oh, it was she was with Thor. I think it was Thor 1, the first movie.
Yes.
And I just saw these close-ups of her like smiling and being happy. Her teeth aren't perfect, but somehow it's more attractive than perfect would be. Just the little like different lengths of them and the tiny little inconsistent spaces. I'm like, this is an incredibly attractive human.
She's great in Star Wars. You know, when she was when her clothes get half ripped off and she's riding like that giant space rhino.
Yeah.
And that's a great fucking scene. It's good stuff.
I don't know if that scene holds up because I was a child when I saw it, but it was sick at the time. I was like, I want to see more Coliseum stuff. Like, why did they cut away from that so quickly?
Reddit always makes fun of the scene where like Natalie Portman's character is appealing to Anakin's character and basically saying, we can't be together. You're a Jedi and I'm some sort of I'm the queen of a planet. And we really, you've got this vow of celibacy or whatever. And meanwhile, and this is what she wore to have that talk. And she's got like her titties all propped up, like it's like mushed up cleavage. Like that's not a big breasted woman, but she's in like a titty shirt with like a big window in the front and her hair's like, she's gorgeous. Like you probably shouldn't have gotten that made up to tell him you can't be with him. That was her pussy that ruined the galaxy.
It kind of was.
It was.
Because and then you had that horrible actor from the next movie. What's his name?
Let's Hayden Christensen. Let's leave him alone.
You underestimate my power.
Here's the problem. It's not his acting. It's now the performance you see is terrible. The problem is George Lucas, I think, is directing those, isn't he?
Yeah,
I think.
Right? Doesn't he do all
that's the problem.
I don't think he did the last 3.
I don't think he did the first 3 either.
What? That's a new take, right?
Wait, did Steven Spielberg have nothing to do with Star Wars? Am I making that up? Is that not true?
I think you're thinking of Indiana Jones that they like more work together on.
Oh,
well, he's terrible. Like I like Hayden Christensen. I think he was in like he reprised his role. Like he played like Darth Vader, and then the helmet gets kind of knocked off, and he gets to be kind of a little bit of both characters in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. And I saw him at one of those. I don't know what the event was, but he's surrounded by Star Wars fans. Hello, it's Josh Wolf. But they were all clapping for Hayden Christensen. He started crying, and I was like,
I cannot hear you. Why do I only have audio problems when I come on this podcast? That's absolutely crazy. Put me back in the, what do you call it?
All right, Zach, put him back in the figure out time.
Bananas. It's the only podcast.
Put him in audio jail. Put him in audio jail.
Oh, Kyle, I looked it up real quick, and you were closer to right than I expected. So he did do the 3 middle ones, as you knew. He did the first one, but I'm doing by age, but he didn't do 2 and 3, which are also known as Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi.
Everybody calls Return of the Jedi the best one. It's my favorite too.
Which one is
when you get?
No, Empire Strikes Back. Everyone calls the best one. The one with the Ewoks is not considered the best one.
Oh, is the Ewoks is that Return of the Jedi?
Yeah.
I like the one where he's. Yeah, I like the snow.
Where he ties up the snow.
I think that's
robots.
the second one.
That was my favorite.
On Hoth.
Yeah, I think that is the second one. But Empire Strikes Back, that's amazing. The Return of the Jedi with the Ewoks and the
Ewoks lose it for me. I don't that part in particular, like the idea, the setup was fine. And what I really like in the big overarching 9 movies or whatever, the story, the story at the beginning is that Anakin Skywalker is the chosen one. He's the one to bring balance to the Force. And you think when he turns to Darth Vader that, we were wrong about that, huh? It'll be his son that brings balance to the Force. But the whole time it was him, because the deciding moment when balance is brought to the Force is when Luke Skywalker is about to kill the Emperor and Darth Vader stops him. He's not defending the Emperor. He's defending his son, because he knows if he takes that life, he's going to cross over to the dark side and there'll be no return from that. So that's the moment where the prophecy is proven true and Anakin Skywalker brings balance to the Force. Yeah. I hate Star Wars.
I wanted to see more Jedi.
I was the right age for Return of the Jedi. I was like 9 or 10 and still open to Ewoks.
Yeah. It shocked me to learn that like people didn't like the Ewoks, because I thought they were totally fine as a kid. Like, because of course I watched it as a kid too. And it was like, what's wrong? Why do people hate on these things? I haven't seen that movie since I was a child. I've never gone back and rewatched it. Maybe I would be like, this is. I do remember their like party at the end. I was like, who would want to hang out here? Like, I'd be like
hobbits.
Like I'd have like a fucking rabbit leg to be polite and be like, all right, I got to get out of here. You know how it is.
Star Wars seems better in my memory than in reality. Like, if you ever try, just watch the first one, which is also the fourth one. It's slow. It's really slow. It drags on. The scene with them in the garbage water or whatever, like, it takes forever. It is not the action movie that it was in my memory.
He's not a good
Family
director.
Guy special is better than those movies, I think. If you've ever watched the Family Guy Star Wars special, I'm sure, Kyle, you have to have seen that. I wouldn't expect Woody to have seen it.
Like they gave permission for them to use like their assets and IP and stuff. Like they don't have to like change it to what was the McDonald's one, McDowell's. Yeah, they don't have to do like McDowell's burgers or anything. The home of the Big Mick.
Yeah, there's no reason to watch real Star Wars again after I saw because I think that like the Family Guy parody of it came out when I was like in either like probably high school. That was like 20 years ago. Like it was a long time. Family Guy's been on forever. When they're in that trash pile and Peter's like next to a couch and they're like escaping, he's like, you know what? I'm taking this. I'm taking this couch. And then it like makes people like
they're hauling the couch through the spaceship, escaping with it.
Yeah. Turn it topwise. What do you mean? That's so confusing. Yeah, that's a show you've never really checked out, right, Woody? I guess
Family Guy?
Just not really.
I mean, I've seen a dozen of them. I know the show ish, but I've
seen every episode. I don't think highly of it. I think of it like junk food TV. I think it's junk food TV. I think that it's like the equivalent of like fucking Jolly Ranchers and Jujubes or something. Like, yeah, they're delicious and sweet, and I don't think much of them when I'm eating them though. Like
the old ones are very funny. Like the same.
I like them all. I like the new shit. Like I know that Seth MacFarlane stopped writing, like a long time ago. But when he wrote, it was much funnier. But even now, like. It's fine. I get a chuckle when I watch, and it's still really edgy and dark at times. Like I like the show. It's fine.
Did you see the new Ted Lasso?
I know it's out. I haven't watched it yet. Didn't have time. We've been going through the Spider-Man movies, watching them in order until we've seen them all, so we can go watch the new one.
I love Ted Lasso. I think it's an amazing show. I know I recommended it to you. It took a little convincing, but you like it too now, unless your opinion changed.
It wasn't that it took convincing. Like, I'll be quick. When you suggested it to me, and I watched the first episode, and I cried, and I felt so awful. I felt so bad for this wonderful man who was being treated so terribly that I couldn't continue. And I didn't watch it again. I didn't pick it back up for like a year or something. And now I love it. I've seen all of it but the new season. It's so good. It's so wonderful.
So the new season, there's only one episode out so far. And Jackie and I saw it. We watched it immediately. Jackie loves Ted Lasso as much as I do. I think that show, for a show that's kind of a silly comedy, like, its message is so much more powerful than it has any right to be. I've cried so many times at various Ted Lasso scenes, the victories, the losses. Like, that show hits me effectively. And I saw season 4, episode 1. I just read the headline of a review that nailed it. Ted Lasso, season 4, episode 1. Could have been an email. I'm like, yeah. Well, I think it was a troublesome to get to the end of the episode. Nothing happens. The acting is god awful, and it was never great, but Jesus Christ, what are we doing? And like there's this reoccurring bit. I won't. It's not a big spoiler, but
spoil it.
The tall blonde chick who owns the soccer club keeps spilling barbecue sauce on herself in the most obvious, intentional, bad acting way again and again and again, where she's just taking dripping chicken legs or something, pork, I don't know what it is, and dripping it onto her own blouse. I was so not there for it. And after it ended, Jackie and I were like, well, maybe the next episode will be better. There we are.
I didn't like. So one thing I will say about Ted Lasso, I don't like very many of the characters that aren't named Ted Lasso. I don't. There's like a girl.
That's probably most of them.
Yeah, it's the majority.
Kylie or Keely or something close to that.
Keely is ugly. She's ugly and she's bald, and she's her character is supposed to be like Zendaya, like a Zendaya type character, like some sort of a young, pretty it girl who's featured in like music and TV and movies and modeling and has a fragrance. She's supposed to be that person, and she looks like a $200 prostitute who's going bald and who's on the verge of being $175 prostitute. None of them can act. I don't like the gruff, bearded, like tough guy who's the old dog on the. You
don't like Roy?
Pitch. I'm bored with Roy's like fake masculinity. Like I'm tired of that. I don't like that wormy Indian fellow. Like I didn't care for him. I guess he's redeemed, but I don't want to like
wormy Indian fellow. The assistant coach. Yeah.
It's all about Ted Lasso and Ted Lasso's like co-coach or like beard. Assistant coach, the beard or whatever. That guy is tremendous, and his backstory. When they take a moment for him to tell his Ted Lasso story, you're like, oh my god, I'm crying again. This show.
I would argue that the owner of the soccer club, both the divorced husband and the wife, did their role. Yeah, it didn't take master, but they both did what they needed to do to make the show good.
Agreed.
I like Roy more than you. I can see how some of his fake gruffness and wide walk or whatever is kind of lame, but also his arc and some of his storylines were ones I cared a lot about. So I like that.
Yeah, I'm all about Ted Lasso and his story. Like I don't want to spoil it for anyone who might be tempted to go watch this wonderful show. Watch the first season at least. But like when you find out the secret to the cookies, when I found out the cookie secret, tears were pouring, Woody. I literally choked up and sobbed. I went, "Oh, wonderful man, wonderful man." I'm about to cry now thinking about how like wonderful he is. I can't recommend that show enough. It's a very feel.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
You look good. Those muscles are legit.
Oh, buddy, what do you think?
You're looking jacked, dude. Are you on TRT? Are you juiced?
You have to be.
I just started TRT for I'm 56,
and
I just started it because I got really sick last year, right? And I lost like 30 pounds. And at my age, I just couldn't get back. I couldn't gain the muscle back that I had worked my whole life to maintain, And so I did start on the TRT, and it's like game changing.
So in what ways has it changed your life? Muscles, obviously, but go on.
That's honestly like fourth on the list. Energy is so huge. I travel so much and flying and always being in a different bed in a different hotel. And the sleep schedule on the road is fucked, And so energy for me, when my doctor was like, it's going to help your energy, that was the first one. Sleep is number 2. I mean, I've been sleeping so much better. And I think sex is 3. And the workout is 4. And it's not even the muscles, Woody. It's the recovery and the energy in the gym. Like I can work out the way I've always liked to work out. But I got down to 142 pounds.
Holy cow.
Wasting away.
Taylor, when's the last time you were 142?
I wrestled at 145 in 8th grade. I was a big kid.
Yeah, Taylor hit puberty at birth. It's ridiculous. I
like a
envy
truck.
it.
Yeah.
And then, Josh, if you can you imagine an 8th grader like Taylor gets a hold of you and you have your Cat Williams moment? Where you get beat by an 8th grader.
Dude, if 8th grade me gets got a purchase on you, you're in danger.
Compilation.
That would be amazing. Honestly, dude, that would be such a funny video. I would be happy that it happened.
That's the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen happen to a man. I think is when Cat Williams got literally like schoolyard bully beat down.
Yeah. That kid was elite though. He was amongst the toughest 13-year-olds I've seen.
He was a tough 13-year-old. He really was. I think I could take him though, and he definitely wouldn't hold me down like that. Cat Williams was like down, and he's like, "This is how y'all treat y'all black celebrities."
It's really, I think it's, as a grown man, it's really hard to act tough around anyone else for the rest of your life. If a 13-year-old just fucking ragdolls you like that.
Yes.
I mean,
like, he's such a little fella.
He is.
Right? In my head, I was like, Cat should take TRT and get a rematch. Nah, that kid's got to be 25 by now. He's fucked. There's no point for the rest of his life in which Cat wins that fight.
You have to shoot that kid.
You know what else I wanted to tell you I'm doing? So I tore my rotator cuff.
Go on.
So for the last month, I've been shooting BPC 157 and TB 500 directly into it, peptides.
Mm-hmm.
And outside of straight presses, like I can't do a press or a dip, but my range of motion is back. I can do all shoulder raises that aren't a press. I was a 50-50 guy with peptides.
Mm-hmm.
Because there haven't been a lot of like human studies, extended human stuff. So I was like, there's so many grifters in the wellness fitness space, so many. And I was just like, but then this company called and they were like, look, try it for a month. If you like it, we'll send it to you for free. You just got to mention it. Now, it hasn't been a month, so I don't remember the name of the company, but
can you get him on?
He'll remember soon. Soon. What were the peptides called? Can you type it? I want to know.
BPC 157.
BPC 157.
157. And TB 500. And I got to tell you, it has been like pretty life-changing.
Just building your strength with the TRTs probably got to help too, like the surrounding tissues getting stronger.
Yeah, I think so.
And I don't know that TRT helps necessarily with like healing. I've only had one gym injury, and it healed up really fast though. Although I was also taking some other stuff. I like L-carnitine. L-carnitine is like
you get that on Amazon.
Acid.
Josh doesn't need that.
You can get L-carnitine pills on Amazon that have been linked to that cause cancer in rats.
Perfect. Send me the link for that.
They say that about aspartame. They say that about cigarettes. They say that about all sorts of nonsense.
So here's why it is interesting to compare it to aspartame, though, because we always link that study where it's like, yeah, but they gave those rats so much aspartame, it would be the equivalent of drinking like 50 sodas a day for 20 years. That's what the amount of L-carnitine you have to take orally is, though. You have to take gargantuan amounts of it orally because it has to go through your liver, and so the amount that actually gets to you is minimal. So you have to take grams and grams of it for it to actually get the desired effect. Or you can shoot one syringe of it into your ass every single day, and
into your butthole.
Yeah, right into the into like your
into the cheek. There. I was like, yo, that is an extreme way of delivery.
I do kind of high on the cheek. I don't want to do right like where my ass like sits in a chair. I do like pretty high, like lower back, upper ass.
You can inject it into a friend's dick and have him fuck it into you.
What a great idea.
Just a no needle syringe right in the tip.
Taylor, are you? I mean, that's got to be a pretty close friend.
It would be. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like somebody you've known since childhood. You're like,
that's like
I got a favor, my man.
That's like a 18th century scam artist gay guy where they're like, oh, the results are so good, but there's got to be a better way to get this. And he's like, sorry, there's not.
Yeah,
it's the only way.
It's not as good a friend as you think. It's just a guy I pay $250 every Wednesday. Different guys.
I don't think this guy's even a doctor.
It's a Craigslist friend. You know, I did catch pieces of your Marissa Tomei conversation.
Yes.
I just want to say I could not agree more. She is like, and by the way, I put Salma Hayek in this too.
Oh yeah, she's doing well.
If you look at a picture of her, Sandler actually just posted a picture of her on his Instagram. He was having dinner with her and the cast of Grown Ups, and she's just looking at the camera, and I'm like, this woman is still top 10 best looking women in the world right now. She's, for me, on film, the best looking. Her and From Dusk Till Dawn, and then maybe a close second is Angelina Jolie and Mr. and Mrs. Smith. But the two of them, to me, are the best looking people I've ever seen in a movie.
Angelina Jolie, look, obviously Angelina Jolie is beautiful. I don't mean to take that away. But amongst the Hollywood beauties, she never topped the charts for me.
That movie, both her and Brad Pitt were so good looking, it was distracting.
I could see that.
I was just like, oh my God, I don't know who I want to fuck more.
I think that the kind of Hollywood starlet I drool over is cuter, right? Angelina Jolie is a top-notch like fuck toy. But like the Natalie Portman, the Marissa Tomei's, they're cuter. They're girlfriends.
Which role? I'm so curious because I don't mean every Angelina Jolie. I just mean that. So which role, Natalie Portman role, are you referencing?
Star Wars.
Like Thor?
I just saw it today, yeah. Well, I saw bits and pieces of it today.
Yeah, she was hot in Star Wars. She's like 19.
I don't know what he was talking about. I haven't seen this movie. Is it called? You were raving about her in this movie. What is it called? Leon?
Which movie was that?
She's so fucking hot. She's so fucking hot.
She played that dude Leon. She was so good looking.
I had to quickly Google what's the name of that movie where Natalie Portman's like 11.
Leon, the professional. See, they had to be really careful in that movie to make the hitman clearly a little bit of a Forrest Gump, like a little bit diminished, so that you would never think that he's into her. That you would always think it's a fatherly like love that he has for her because he's a little dim-witted.
Oh.
I think Natalie Portman did do a pedo movie though, right? Didn't she? Was it in Garden State? Didn't she fall in love with an older guy and he didn't return it because it was inappropriate? Am I crazy?
Garden State
with Zach Braff?
Yeah. Am I wrong?
Garden State came out in 2004.
Oh, she's older than it. No, she's.
I mean, Zach Braff. I think he wrote and directed that, right? That was like his first.
I think you're right.
So. I think so.
But she was 23 in 2004.
Yeah, I've been watching because my wife's been away for like 3 months. I've been binging, and she's shooting a movie for Netflix. But I've been watching Lioness. Have you watched Lioness?
I haven't even heard of that.
That's that Taylor Sheridan. Sort of like a special forces anti-terror show.
Yeah. Zoe Saldana. Dude, it's so good. Zoe Saldana is such a badass in that show. None of you have seen it? It's worth it.
I have not.
Is it low-key political?
No, not at all.
No.
I got some great links for y'all, by the way. Just in succession, bangers.
Little peek ski. Oh, this isn't even to Reddit. This is I always assume links from you are to Reddit. No.
Kyle's link cleared my mind.
So you have Marissa Tomei here from The Wrestler with Mickey Rourke. I think he won an Oscar for that. Huge performance, great movie.
Yep.
She's a stripper in that, so she's just stripping in a G-string. And then the second one there, similar concept, Natalie Portman in the movie Closer. If you look closer and you make it full screen, you can see her butthole. A little bit.
Right around 6 seconds.
Is that like an Easter egg?
Nah. No.
And then kind of again at 23 seconds.
Yeah, you can get some higher resolution videos of this. I've seen the pucker up close and personal myself. I like to blow it up into 8K on my
obviously
my big monitor. Yeah.
And have you made a poster out of it, like a dartboard? You could just like
suction
my shower curtain. My shower curtain.
That would be honestly a butthole dartboard. I might buy it.
No,
just to have it up on my wall with the numbers on it, I think would be kind of funny.
It would be. It depends. Yeah, it depends on whose butthole. Like not.
Well, yeah. I mean,
you
I'm not
want that,
getting Quentin Tarantino's butthole.
It'd be yours, Taylor.
No, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want me or that fat guy from Jackass or
Just
any of that.
Thicket of fur the dildo needs to penetrate.
Oh
man, so you're throwing a dildo at your dartboard?
It's got a hole in it.
How
It's
do you
kind of
play darts?
It's a little like skee ball the way that I do it.
I don't know why Woody has it. He knew I was coming over. Where did he get this? Is this a hidden camera on my bathroom floor? When did I have him over? Yeah.
I don't think I would be interested in an upward facing hidden camera. That's not the view I'm looking for.
No, you'd probably ruin it. It would get all wet, especially if it was in like a bathroom. Someone's gonna step on it.
Yeah. But also, like, I mean, I look, to each his own. But like, when I was on Chelsea lately, and Twitter had no rules, you know, people used to send gay guys would send me close-up pictures of their butthole, but women would send up pictures of their vaginas, and they're not a close-up picture of a vagina. If it's super close, one was so close, I honestly didn't know what it was. I'm like, what?
Sarlacc pit.
Yeah, dude, I thought it was a wounded stingray from SeaWorld.
I think this is one of those Chinese lathe accidents.
I'm on the other team with this, Josh. I don't agree. So what I'm hearing from you is lewds are better than nudes, right? And you're not alone in this opinion. I get it.
No, it's vaginas are ugly.
I would rather go to a topless strip club than an all-nude strip club.
Yeah,
not me. My ideal naughty picture has medical examination value. Let's open that baby up. Let's get in close. Let's see. I want nothing to the imagination.
My man looking for
Woody,
sticks.
let me tell you why I'm anti that. Especially at a strip club, when those women are naked and pushing their vaginas into your face. You know, I'm assuming they've made bad decisions, and some of them have been made with their vaginas. And
That's fair. It's probable.
Let's keep that going.
Yeah.
That's sometimes here.
Get your rancid pussy away from my potato skins.
I can't do Portland has so many strip clubs that they had to start to compete with each other. Portland, I think, has the highest per capita of strip clubs of any city in the country. But they start, like, one of the best steaks you'll get in the city, according to the people, is a strip called Acropolis. But there's zero chance I'm ordering food at a strip club. I don't do the buffet at a strip club.
Never say never. You know.
Never. No, I'd have to go back and inspect the kitchen and the chef. I can't believe I called him a chef. The guy cooking at a strip club.
I was at a strip club that had like a Waffle House situation where you could see the griddle right there. Like you just went to it was literally like, it wasn't Waffle House, but there was a Waffle House style griddle thing and a chef, if you can call him that, and
what
a
do you
bar
wear?
with stools, and he
I'm
had an
picturing
apron
this.
on. I mean,
Just an apron, okay.
The girls
he'd wear clothes.
He's making hamburgers and steaks over there and shit. And I definitely had a couple hamburgers at that place before. You could watch him cook them.
Is it like the way they do alcohol at like casinos where like they make the food super cheap in the hopes that like then you're going to go pay it forward to the girls?
It was like normal food price. It wasn't like crazy or anything, but it wasn't.
The funny thing about Portland strip clubs, and I think this is probably unique to Portland, is there so many people ride bicycles. There are bike racks. So there are bicycles parked in front of the strip club. And I don't know why that doesn't feel right to me, but there's like a dude with his bicycle with a basket, ring, ring, pull it up to the strip club.
It just seems like they don't have their priorities straight.
Yeah.
I haven't been to a strip club in like decades, but I read about one on Reddit and there was a $70 ATM fee, 70.
Oh, that's stupid.
That's ridiculous.
The way that they part you from your money in those things is, I don't have any interest in going. I
agree.
I've never seen that.
I can see the appeal.
That's crazy.
But I just worry that like hundreds of dollars would disappear.
But I will say this, and I haven't been in so long also, but the women who make a lot of money at strip clubs are master manipulators.
Mm-hmm.
They are so good at relieving you from whatever money you have in your pocket.
I was with you till the end.
Yeah, it's such a crazy skill set to make you feel. I dated a stripper when I lived in San Antonio, and there were times where I would go sit at the bar, and she would give someone a lap dance, and this is the kind of shit I like. After the lap dance, I would make her come over and hand me the guy's money.
Oh,
yo. Dudes were not happy, but there was some where I would like kind of nod to him, like, "Thanks for the cash, my guy." It was, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, bit of a dom there, huh?
Yeah, yeah. I like that shit. That's some power. I'm not so much that guy anymore, but there was a minute where I liked that shit.
Okay.
You know, what I'm saying?
but not the close-ups. Okay.
No, not the close-ups. It's not for me. I also think my imagination is better than anything you're going to show me.
Yeah, I can't agree with it. I can't get on board with this at all. If it's not a close-up, I'm like, what am I, 12 years old? I'm not here for boobies.
Well, if you call them boobies...
That's what they are without the bottom showing.
That's not doing much for me.
Yeah. I chose the word intentionally. I was trying to make it PG.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I think you already said, but how long have you been taking the TRT?
This is, I guess, going on like 2.5 months.
Okay. Yeah, you're in the swing of things now. That's cool.
Yeah. Are you on it?
Yeah, for years. How much do you take?
What is that? 0.5? Or is it I guess, the what do you call it? Plunger is, I don't go up to the 1, I go up to the 0.5 or the 5 milligrams.
How many times a week? Twice?
Just once.
Okay.
How much do you do?
It depends, but over 200, like 225 milligrams, maybe a week, something like that.
Have you ever cycled on and off, or is it straight through?
Yeah, you can do that. It does. So if you don't take something to help you get your natural testosterone going again, then you can have some side effects and you can like feel like shitty. But you can stop and start if you really wanted to. But the idea with TRT is that like it's kind of for life and that you want to keep this going forever. So that's why like bodybuilders will cycle on and off a lot because they're also on a really, really high dose. Like I'm talking about 200 milligrams a week that I'm doing. They might do a gram. Wow. They might, like 5 times as much or something like that, like really, really high doses. So that's not sustainable.
Why don't they drop to like regular levels? Why do they want to kickstart their like stock system? That makes sense. So you said bodybuilders cycle off. I don't know why they don't just drop down to like natural levels for a bit and then, or, why do they have to go cold turkey and Clomid it instead of just going from like what I'll call steroids to TRT?
Yeah. I don't know. I think some of them do that, but when I hear about the old school guys talking about it, they would like just go like Ronnie Coleman would just go cold turkey off of it for months and months and then back on it again.
Do you know what else I take, like if I need to focus or I have a meeting where I need to be sharp and funny, I started taking this stuff called modafinil. Have you ever heard of modafinil?
Mm-mm.
I'm going to tell you right now, it is like, some people take it every day. I don't, because I don't want to, I want to feel that initial, the first time I took it. So I take it like, or if I have a show where I'm really tired, but I'm doing 2 shows, I'll take it pre-first show. It's eye-opening. Somebody told me that it's what that movie Limitless was based on.
Really? I've taken this. I don't take it every day either. It's also prescribed to people with sleep apnea, which is why I was a candidate for it. And like you said, you are a sharper, better version of yourself. I just have a little more energy, a little more lock-in. I would take it before like a really long motorcycle rides. I was doing this thing where I'd ride hundreds of miles in a day and cross the country or circumnavigate the country. And, it can be like this drowsy driving type thing, which is dangerous. Modafinil fixes that. You're locked in and somehow your attention span is better. I think it's an Adderall-like thing, but not as spiky. It lasts all day long.
So it alters key brain chemicals like dopamine, norepinephrine, and histamine. This shift boosts energy, focus, and mood, lifting away fatigue and making tasks seem easier to handle.
I had an issue
dopamine
though.
Boost. Oh, go ahead.
I lasted forever in bed, and that sounds like a flex. It's not a flex, bro. You're not supposed to last 90 minutes. That's not even good sex. That's she's just sore and wishing you could.
I'm chafing.
Faster.
By the end of 90 minutes, it sounds like a 5-on-5 game at the YMCA.
It's actually the main reason I stopped taking it. It just took. I guess it's almost a form of erectile dysfunction. Like you're not soft. You just fucking delayed ejaculation for way too long.
Really?
Yeah, not a symptom you've had. Or want to talk about.
No, I mean maybe in
the opposite. The opposite. It's
yeah. I come right when I take it. It's crazy.
I don't even get it in.
I just think about pussy. I'm done.
I'm busting hands free all day.
Yeah,
hands free busted was like. I did, by the way, last night go down a bit of a rabbit hole about different dating sites. Oh. For different types of people, and the amputee dating sites, I had such a fun time thinking of my own names for them. I think my favorite one I came up with was Nubhub.
That's a good one.
That is pretty good.
Nubhub was amped up. There was a couple of them.
How do they? Is it the honor system?
What do you mean?
Like. Is there like a confirmation of like you have to take a picture of the stump before they let you on the amputee site?
I bet you.
I think you'll be found out.
Yeah.
It's like a black on farmersonly.com. They're gonna suss you out.
What if it's just my kink and I'm not an amputee?
You do have to be lonely at Farmers Only.
If it's just your kink, but there's dating site for everything. It's so.
I've always thought her legs got in the way.
People tell me like they can't get laid. I'm like, dude, it's easier now than ever.
Lower those standards. Why do you need 4 limbs, huh?
This is a great question.
I wonder if there's like a hierarchy there where they're like, missing 2 limbs, swipe left. Or a guy who's like, yeah, I'm an amputee, and he's missing like half of one hand.
Can
and
I tell you what the load is?
Only usually blades on there with a half a foot, and they're like, you're stealing valor.
I think not technically.
I think some dudes want a quadruple amputee though. They want a girl who's basically like a trussed up.
How would she join the site? With her nose? Really?
No.
I guess the answer is slowly. Like,
I've like when I'm cooking and I've got like gloves on, I'll use my nose to like open my phone and do shit to like try to figure out the recipe or whatever.
I mean, a quadruple amputee. You're like trying to game, and she's like causing problems. You just carry her into the guest room, close the door. All right, boys, I'm back. Like,
or if it's really hot and you need to leave the door open, you just put her in front of it as like a door jamb.
Oh yeah, I imagine like you'd walk into the room every time. You'd be like, "Oh fuck, I'm never gonna get used to that."
No, I told.
Why'd you join the website? I don't know.
See, like, freaky. Flipping through Reddit, I find all sorts of dark things. Like, I guess there's a whole like group of guys who are into the idea of like having this quadruple amputee girlfriend.
Really?
So you like have to wipe her ass? What's like, the appeal of this?
Like really dark stuff.
Yeah, that's
actually, I didn't see the appeal until you linked this cartoon. Now I kind of get it.
Yeah. Are you on board now? Now you get it.
That's good, Woody. I thought this was going to be real people. I didn't know this was just cartoons.
Yeah. Well, real people would be sad. Like, you don't want that.
Oh my god!
But like, did they think it through? Have they really thought it through? Every time she takes a shit, you just gotta like prop her up in the shower. Be like, I'm not wiping you. Like, I'll come back in 20 minutes. Yell when it gets cold, my love.
I mean, in this one, they've just got him hanging like ties in a closet or something like that.
I mean,
the fuck is?
Whoa. Yeah, it's real dark stuff.
This isn't even like they don't even have nubs.
Yeah, they've been tated.
Oh, there's more pictures.
Yeah, some of them are pretty gory. Yeah.
Oh my! At first, I thought the last picture was a pregnant one, and then I realized the size of his penis. That's distension. I think that's what that's called.
Or it could be, and I love this effect, when they come so much inside the woman that she literally inflates.
Oh, sure, that'll happen. Shout out to Lock and Load.
She's swollen to bursting, as it were.
Oh, sure. She's basically a water balloon.
Wait, where's the other one? I want to.
When they put that hose in the Stretch Armstrong and just waited.
I want to find. I guess I have to go to top all the time on this henty amputee. And because I want to see the kind of people that are, I want to find one with comments, because the one Kyle linked didn't have comments. Like, I want to see the kind of people leaving comments. Is there more?
Sauce?
I need to be her. Do you want to be the crippled person? They're not even.
Well, see, I think in this fantasy, what's happened here is that they've the person has either forcibly removed their limbs to turn them into this human fleshlight. These aren't just like people who are into the idea of like, what if I got all my limbs cut off in an accident and then I got into fucking. This is like clearly like they've been delimbed on purpose.
The top of all time is this quadruple amputee laying in the grass, and he's like, oh, look, someone left a sex doll here. And she's like, no, I'm not. Stop. Why am I feeling shame? Can I have your shirt? Because she's naked. And, well, it doesn't go well.
Yeah.
For who?
For her. Well, I mean, by the last frame, she does say, you must be right. This feels good.
Some guy.
They always do, guys.
She's in the middle of the woods, which means that there was a guy out there who was just sick of her shit. Like,
I didn't even ask the question.
No, we're taking a drive, sweetheart.
I mean, do you just put her in like a backpack or a baby Bjorn, or how are you transporting her? Maybe in like a little red wagon, and you just pull her behind you.
These are all quality ideas. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
This one, the second all time, like all her limbs have like little shower caps on them, and a tremendous number, like so many of the comments. Oh no, wait, this is just the same person commenting over and over and over, saying, God, I wish I were her. And I thought it was weird. So many people were wanting
open
to
up
be
his profile now and see what kind of darkness.
All right, let's take a
daily.
This account has been banned. Big
That
shout
tracks.
out.
Yeah. That tracks. Yeah, that makes total sense.
Yeah, I had to make it.
It was the amputee stuff, wasn't it?
I mean, but how many comments are on there? So
it had 18 comments, but like 6 of them were this person. And so
I wonder what is the comment that got him banned.
Ooh.
Do
Would
you
it be
know?
his last one?
they're all the same. It's
Oh,
all I wish I were her.
Like if you
He
went
probably posted something.
it doesn't
even.
say, it just says this account is banned, so I can't click on it.
Yeah, you can't even
Oh.
open his shit up anymore. The only way you can see his comments is if you happen to be in a post that he's commented on. Like, there's no way to like back search and find more of his comments.
I mean, to get banned on Reddit, considering what's
profile
on
name.
there.
Yeah, that
Seems
takes
difficult.
Seems like it would take a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Especially
know,
this person is just commenting, or maybe who knows, maybe they were like also commenting on like r/ like NFL, and then they're like, big year for the Ravens, and then and then the next comment is like, oh, I want to be chopped up and thrown in the woods.
I saw that. I was reading Reddit comments last night, and it was like a serious discussion, and some guys were arguing about some political nonsense, and one guy goes, "This dude fucking asked for the source on AI generated porn. Look at his shit." And I click his profile, and sure enough, he's looking for the source of AI generated porn in between his political takes. And they all just clowned him out in the comments.
I saw a meme of a guy on Twitter talking about this, and he was like, I got in a huge argument with some dude about the taste of gourmet food on Reddit, and he kept following me to other subreddits and like harassing me, and I was like really spending a lot of my time thinking how to respond to this guy until I clicked on his account and realized that his most recent post was him drinking pee in r/piss and like drinking his own pee. And it's like, I've been arguing about the taste of food with someone with a real gourmand, like who's drinking his own piss and being like, almost a Chianti-esque.
There's a lot more piss drinkers than you think. There's a lot of people that claim there's health benefits, and you find out that someone who seems perfectly reasonable is a piss drinker.
Yo, this picture, they did the same, like chop the limbs off, but they put like blade legs on her, like that African guy who killed his wife.
Those are kind of cool.
Oscar Pistorius,
Pistorius, of course.
the Blade Runner.
Are they hard to live in all the time? Like,
I bet they start to stink. Yeah, like it gets
What,
sweaty.
the blades?
I just
blade.
meant like, because people tend to have regular legs when they're double amputees or single amputees, but go fast blades are out there. Is the problem that you just bounce a little bit when you like
But I
check
think,
out
Woody,
at Walmart? They're
I
just
think-
springy.
I think
Do you get
people
seasick?
have different legs. Like they have different. I have a friend of mine. Do you guys know who Paul de Gelder is? He was like basically an Australian equivalent of a Navy SEAL, and he got an arm and a leg bit off by a bull shark.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh, it's bad luck.
Oh, guys, this dude is fucking
Separate incidents or like all at the
same
time?
one.
Okay.
So when I
He's a
did,
slow learner.
yeah, he was like, let's try that again.
I can take them.
Send me back in. We got HBR.
Give me a rematch, coach.
Go in there, hot rock.
I'm gonna go in there and beat him with my arm. He and I watched the video together while I interviewed him because they had a video because they were doing training off of his boat. And you see him try to swim back to the boat and lift where his arm was to start swimming. No arm. Fucking crazy. Yeah, but he's got a lot of different attachments, is what for his hand and for his leg.
The shark
Yeah.
mistook him for a seal.
I'd want like weapon attachments, a sword.
I think I'd want a fork.
a
You know,
hammer,
I've tried all the utensils, and I feel like I could eat almost anything with a fork.
a cattle prod.
I mean, could you get
fork.
like one of those things so it has the beaters on the end of it so you can like beat your eggs and
Right,
I
or
think you could
just
do
like a fork
every
with a power
attachment.
drill. Yeah, that's where you want to be. You want to have an arsenal of them, a little multi-tool.
You have an egg beater. Just you're annoying your friends. You're like, you need those eggs beaten, and it's like, man, this guy's so 1-0.
I want to reciprocate.
You couldn't have done that weird hook that's got like pincers on it.
Oh, he has those too. He has those too. He has that too.
Before we jump to the next thing, because I want to read one of these horribly misspelled comments from these perverts afterward. Harry's razors, folks. Today's episode of PKA is sponsored by Harry's. Everyone in the comedy world knows not every joke delivers, but Harry's always delivers. They send the best quality razors right to your door for a fraction of the price of the big brands. Better designed shaving products at a better price is no joke. It's Harry's. Harry's utilizes German-engineered blades made in their own factory that stay sharp longer. Plus, they've got customizable delivery options for scheduled refills as low as $2, half of what you pay for other big brands. Harry's has a no-risk trial. If you don't like your shave, no worries. It's on them. That, coupled with their convenient subscription model, means being able to cancel at any time. But trust us, you won't be wanting to once you make their grooming products part of your daily routine. Get the shaving products that always deliver. Get Harry's. Get started with a $13 trial set for just $3 at harrys.com/painkiller, HARRYS.com/painkiller. That's harrys.com/painkiller for a $3 trial set. Get your $13 trial set for just $3. harrys.com/painkiller. You're not going to want to return them. If you do, it's on them, but you won't want to. High quality stuff. Check out Harry's. Get a nice clean shave. Even for me on my neck, I need a nice clean shave. Not everywhere else, because then it really reveals the fatness. But just here. So, episode also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm, continuing to take the world by storm. Everyone loves it. Everyone's using it. Don't be left behind. It's at the point now we've hit a critical mass of users where if you're out in the dating world, decent chance that girl you're trying to get with, she's probably with a Lock and Load boy too. What's she going to think when she's been busted upon by him? Massive loads, pearlescent. And then she sees yours, watery, pathetic, sad, feminine. That's not what you want. You want so a feminine bust. Don't have feminine busts. Have a big boy bust, and use code PKA or code Jizz on GorillaMind.com. Check out Lock and Load. You're going to like it. Save 10% with code Jizz. And also be sure to pick up your protein powders, your weight loss supplements, your dream supplements, BCAA powders, multivitamins. Derek is adding new products, all efficaciously dosed all the time over there. Very high quality stuff. The meal replacement bars he's been sending me recently are fantastic. So check those out. And there's he makes a new flavor of energy drink every 2 seconds. He sent me a bunch of those sour apple ones. For me, I like the white Arctic one because the sour apple is almost a little too sour for me. But if you like sour stuff, do that. I'm just not a sour boy. But also our merchandise, check out hoodies, check out t-shirts, hats, stickers. I know there are more offerings now. So if you haven't looked at that store in a while, click it and see if there's anything new that you would like. And be sure to use code PKA10 to save 10% off of any merchandise.
Yeah, and you can feel good. All the proceeds, the profits from the merch store, that goes straight into our pockets.
It's charity we call Taylor's House.
Yeah.
Yes, it goes straight to us. Yeah, not a dime of it is going to those fucking all those people saying, "Oh, we have to put wells places." Now leave that to the Mr. Beasts of the world. Not, you know what I think? Not my fucking problem. Like this.
You know what else? You live 3 days without water. If they needed a well, they're so bad they'd be dead by now. They're good.
You know
water,
what I say? How
somehow.
about one-time shipment, couple of shovels, get digging.
I don't know what they're drinking water for either. I like Mr. Pibb.
Yeah, why don't they just drink Mr. That's a real Marie Antoinette thing. Yeah. Let them drink Pibb Zero.
Have some Pibb Zero, you fools. It's delicious.
Josh, I had a comedian question.
Yeah.
All right, so imagine this. There's 12 established comedians at a table. They're all hanging out. But subconsciously, you're all doing like a stack ranking of like, who's the alpha at this table? Who's whatever. Who stack ranks higher? Is it the comedian who's done really well financially and is sort of like just killing it in that regard? Or the one that you guys all know is fucking hilarious, but just hasn't been recognized by Netflix in the same way?
Well, I think it completely depends on who's at the table.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right?
I intentionally left out names. I didn't want you to have to talk about
because there would be, if you asked some people, because if we all know comics who aren't successful. So if there's zero level of success, they aren't going to be at the top of the heap. But I would say, and, you know, is it a table full of dick riders who want Kevin Hart to put him in the next movie? Or is it a table of other people with a modicum of success also?
It's that guy. It's that, right? So everyone here is making a living off comedy.
Then it's who's funny.
Better than an average, you know, salary, right? They're doing better than some whatever bookkeeper.
The super wealthy, influential dude. I'm just using Kevin as an example.
Yeah,
right.
He's got to get some attention because people are going to want to see if he can help them. But if you're talking about 12 successful people, you know, I think the person who's the funniest is going to get the most play at that table.
That's what I hope the answer was.
Yeah, I really do. I mean, again, if it's people who haven't had any success, they're going to kind of gravitate towards who can help them.
Yeah. I was like a huge Opie and Anthony fan back in the day. I still go back and listen, but they would always talk about having like tables at the Comedy Cellar at the back where people are waiting to go up. And because of the show, like Jim Norton and a number of the guys they had on were way bigger commercially than like a Colin Quinn. But every time they would talk about it, it was like everyone was like trying to earn Colin's approval because they all saw him as like, man, Colin. Oh, I got Colin laughing. Okay,
I'll give you a good example. If all of those, say you took the 11 highest grossing comics and Neil McDonald was still alive, people would want to know. They would want to talk to him.
Yeah,
there's a certain reverence for guys like that, you know. And he wasn't
Patrice
the most.
O'Neal is the one that comes to mind for me.
My favorite comic of all time.
He's
great.
A
lot of comics have him near the top of their list. They have a ton of
He and Norm are in my top 5 for sure.
Norm Macdonald, man. So for me, Norm, called him Neil. I don't know why. Norm Macdonald is like an anomaly and a guy who can consistently make other comics laugh. And all that means is that nobody can see their joke. Their jokes are so good, nobody sees them coming. One of the reasons you don't make comics laugh is because we're dissecting jokes as you're telling them. Or do you know what I mean? Or you kind of can see where a joke is going. And Norm was not Norm at all. And he was like, his joke writing was so, and his cadence, all of it added into making him so different than everybody else, you know?
Yeah, his cadence was very novel. You didn't get that from any other comedian working.
Brody Stevens, too. I don't know if you ever heard of Brody Stevens.
I have.
Brody committed suicide 2019, maybe.
Oh, I recognize him.
But they did like a memorial service for him at the Comedy Store. You've never seen more comics. You've just never seen more comics in one place. Because he was... You know, you can tell who comics want to see because they're in the back of the room when they're on stage. But most of the time when comics are on stage, there are no comics in there watching. We don't want to watch fucking stand-up. But Brody would get on stage. He was so different. I started with him. And Joey Diaz is like this too. But Brody was so different. One time he got on stage and he would snap, which was when he was funniest. And he was bombing. And he goes, guys, I don't think you understand how difficult it is. He goes, do you know how hard it is? I'm anxious. Do you know how hard it is to be a man who lives alone and try to shave his own back? And he lifted up his shirt, and there was just splotches. You could see where the razor lines went. It was like, but when he would do sets, so he would either crush or die. But if you got in his cadence, there was one set where I saw him, he talked about his GPA at ASU. And he was just reading off of his transcript. And
but it worked?
There was something about it. He eventually got you into his cadence. If you like Don Rickles,
So he was great. He was hilarious.
If you watch Don Rickles, one of the things you almost start, if you see him for more than like 15 minutes, you almost start laughing before the punchline because he has you in his rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
You're anticipating this is where the joke comes.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there are guys like that who are fucking really special and different.
I heard Bill Burr tell a story, and today it was a YouTube short. And this is a young Bill Burr story. And he goes up there and he bombs. And he doesn't just bomb, he's lost the whole audience. And now the audience is more about entertaining themselves. That's what's going to be fun for tonight. We're going to rip on the comedians, and we're kind of a gang that these guys can't beat. And Bill Burr, young guy at the time, is like, I'm going to stick around because David Attell is next. And he is going to take care of this problem. And he wants to watch the mastery happen. So Attell goes up there and the audience tries the same thing with him. And he picks out like the most vocal, biggest problem guy and starts weaving this tale about how that guy in the audience is his dad, that he was a Navy SEAL who fucked Dave Attell's mom, and this is the way it went, and something like that. And he's like, you're just doing this, Dad, because of that. And the whole audience turns. Now they're on David Attell's side. They love the story that he weaved, and I liked it. Like, I respected it because so many comedians think they're so clever. But what do? They throw out a stock line they use in every fucking city to every heckler everywhere. And they have the mic, and they think that the audience is laughing at their brilliance, but really they were just kind of on their side in the first place. They can hear the comedian do it better. The comedian thinks that he's beating this guy in the audience. Probably that's often true, but really all they have to say is I fucked your mom, and the crowd goes wild, and it's an easy win. He didn't go that way. Yeah. He made up a story on the spot, and he weaved it, and he won the audience over, kind of like Bill Burr did later with his famous Philadelphia rant about the sports team and stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I like
one bridge, Haven City. Yeah.
There are 3 bridges in Philly. I went to college. That's pretty funny. But yeah, anyway. And I was like, I bet Dave Attell has the respect of the other comedians.
Unquestionably.
Yeah,
he doesn't have like Rogan-like money, for example.
I don't know if you guys have heard of Pat Cooper. He was a very old comedian. I just checked. He died in 2023, born in 1929. And like, if you listen to old Opie and Anthony, there was there were very few comedians that went in there with Patrice and like would kind of run him around. Colin Quinn was one of them, but Pat Cooper was another that went in there. And at the time when he went in, like, he was like in his 80s or something, and Patrice was like showing a lot of reverence for him and trying to like really show how much he admired him. And like, so in his eagerness, he was like interrupting Pat sometimes. And like Pat, because he was born in the 20s and like hearkening back to his humor, which is very funny, he was like, I'm not used to a black guy interrupting me this much. You know what I'm used to? How about you get up on this table and tap dance for me? Huh? How about that? And like everybody was cracking up. And it was like, and he's like, Pat, I know you're an old man, but I'm just trying to get answers to these questions. And he's like, don't insult me. I'm sharper than you'll ever be. And like, just being
it's funny. It's funny you mentioned Rogan. I think because I've known Rogan for a long time. Well, I've seen him do stand-up for a long time. I think he's an underrated comic. His latest stuff isn't great because in order to do stand-up at a high level, you need to focus on doing stand-up. And so his focus is in other places. And also, if you're always on stage in front of people who are just happy to see you, you never get a real good judge of what's funny.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's why I often think people's first and second specials are their best, because that's when they're doing it in front of crowds who don't know who the fuck they are. And that's where they cut their teeth on that material, right? But you get to a certain level. Like, I think Rogan is an underrated comic, but an overrated intellect is what I think. I think if he just did stand-up again, some of his early specials are fucking really funny. Really funny. I also think he's not as smart as he thinks he is.
I don't know if I'm going early enough, but like 2 specials ago, I thought Rogan did a great job, a super great job. I'm about 2 specials ago, I forget. And at the time, his podcast was firing and his UFC gig was firing. And it was like, his fame is crazy. Like, he's an A-list celebrity.
Yeah.
Right there with like Tom Cruise, in my opinion, in terms of fame. Yep. Where he is now is a different place. His comedy has been his last special. I can't say enough harsh things about. it was an embarrassment. And the whole like don't assume my gender bullshit, like that is, you get better material at the office water cooler.
It's a bit
than Joe Rogan has in his stand-up special.
Here's the thing. It's because he doesn't have to put the same, he's at his club doing stand-up in front of people who are going to laugh at whatever he says. Mm-hmm. And when he goes to the green room, all those dudes are sucking his dick and telling him how funny he is. And so it's hard to judge. But I think, dude, if he just focused on stand-up again, his early specials are funny as fuck.
But not even had 1% of Joe Rogan's, attention. But I have had enough experience that like everyone thinks the harsh comments ruin a person. And that can be true, right? They're really hurtful. They can put people in depression, etc. But the praise can fuck you up too. The praise can make you think everything you say is profound. The praise can make you think that you're smarter than who you are. And I can only imagine what it's like to be Joe Rogan with his level of both attack and praise, making him think he's a genius that some people don't appreciate or whatever it is that he thinks. It can warp a guy.
I don't think there's any doubt. How do you walk around and everyone's dick riding, and how do you just not take some of that in and be like, well, I guess I am the best?
Right. I want to see him do a new thing. I want to see him do like a whole different kind of thing. I want him to have like a primetime show or something. I would watch him in a sitcom. I would watch him host I would love to watch him host a reality show. I want him to do trivia, and every time you get a question wrong, he spin kicks you. Like, I want him to do
hilarious.
Like, if they brought him back for Fear
they could call it one and done.
Like, if they brought him back to host Fear Factor again, I'd watch the shit out of that. Like,
well, what was the sitcom he was on with Spain?
News Radio.
News Radio.
Never seen a second of it.
What?
No,
I've never seen News Radio.
I liked it, and I like Joe Rogan in it.
Yeah.
Every so often, Joe Rogan would take his shirt off on that show.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware he was a sleeper fitness dude. Like he was fit.
But that cast is crazy good.
Andy Dick
Phil
is
Hartman,
on it, right?
Andy Dick, Phil Hartman.
Phil Hartman, one of my fucking all-time favorites.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Troy McClure, Lionel Hutz, two of the funniest characters that have ever been.
Is that what happened?
Yes.
Yeah.
With a gun? Does that?
She killed him in his sleep. But I mean, I don't know who has voiced two collectively funnier characters than Troy McClure and Lionel Hutz, like from The Simpsons. Like there's no one close. He was hilarious.
What characters did they voice?
You don't remember? Have you not seen like old Simpsons where like he was like Lionel Hutz was the one who was like the scammy attorney where and then the other Troy McClure was like hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may have seen me in such other info shows. It's like, and then he'd be like giving a ridiculous speech about like nuclear plant safety, and they always had funny names for it. That was great. On the stand-up thing with like Rogan, not specific to him. I've never really seen much Rogan stand-up, and I don't. I only listen to his podcast on very rare occasion. Really, just when he has like Shane Gillis and that whole gang on, I'll listen to those because that's funny. It's like good riffing. But a big problem is like even Shane Gillis, who's like top of the world right now in the stand-up community and selling tickets and whatnot. He just broke some record. The problem is like he's funnier on his podcast, which I do listen to, the Matt and Shane Secret podcast, than his stand-up is. Like I've gotten way more laughs from him riffing with Matt McCusker than I get from his stand-up. And maybe everyone's different, but I'd rather see these guys like freewheeling and dealing. And that's funnier because you can tell they're making it up on the fly. Tires is very funny.
His TV show is fucking good. And the third season is about to come out. Like that's a huge accomplishment in its own right. To have 3 seasons of a show on Netflix, you got to be doing something right. They'll kick your ass, even if you're beloved.
I think the difference is if you went to Shane's show, you would laugh a lot more.
Definitely.
I think comedy is meant to be watched live. Mm-hmm. You're just going to enjoy it so much more, And podcast I think is opposite.
Yeah, I think you're right.
When you do a show, Josh, do you go first and last?
It depends. Like some shows with when I do, my son opens for me now. And so sometimes I'll introduce him.
Mhm.
But usually I let him go up cold and just eat dicks for a little while.
I mean, that's part of cutting his teeth, right?
Yeah, for sure.
I went to Steve Hofstadter's show. Now, our audience is mad at him because he interrupted a lot, but I went to his show and I thought it was amazing. But more than that, I kind of went almost as a student. Not that I'm trying to do it, but like just watching a professional communicator do a job. And he went up there and he trained the audience. He was the first guy to take the stage and the last. And in training the audience, I wish I could say it funny like he did, but he was talking about what a bad audience is. One that just puts their arms up and says, I doubt you can make me laugh. Like, why? Why are you being so hard to laugh? Like, just be a good audience. And then, and when the audience like did something, he's like, you guys are going to be great. I can see it. Right. This like positive encouragement, Pavlov shit he's got cooking. And I'm watching him just work us into who he wants us to be. He said we were a great audience. I take great pride in it. And then
he doesn't say that to everyone.
No. It was unique to me. And then all the other less experienced comics went, and then he closed, and he did a great job as like the grand finale to the night. And I was like, holy smokes, right? Like, I didn't realize. I'm looking for a more positive word than manipulation, but like the I don't know, the way that he worked the crowd, set every other comedian up for success by going first and then killing it on his own. And it just looked like a master doing his thing, painting his painting. And I'm like, I was kind of impressed by it. It was a good night.
I've never, and I like Steve, I've never seen somebody do that. I've seen, like, if I know so say it's corporate gig.
Okay.
Those are terrible. If I know that it's going to be a real rough jump out of the chute, I'll go up first for 5 minutes. Mm-hmm. And then I'll bring Jacob up.
Expense reports. What are we doing here, folks?
Well, corporates are brutal.
Is corporate bad because they're not drinking?
So the corporates are bad. Like, when you go to those parties, the people, so most of the time, the only person who knows who you are is the person who booked you. They're not going around to the company and saying, who do you want to see? They book who they like.
Okay.
So some people may not like you. Some people in the company may not know who you are. Most people in the company, the lower earners, are there for the free food and the open bar, and they're talking your entire set. So corporates can be, and then, you can tell the 5 people who booked you because they're sitting up front, like, but then, I did a show for a company and 8 people were watching and the other 300 were at the bar and dancing.
That's got to be a low pressure gig though, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's brutal on your ego, but I mean, because people are actively not paying attention to you. And it's a tough pill to swallow, but then you look at the check and you're like, that's all right. They don't have to listen to me. I don't give a shit.
The check clears.
I worked at Cisco, and this was like during the .com era. Cisco was like the NVIDIA of its day, super successful company. And they got Jerry Seinfeld to come and do a set for us. And our CEO, who is at Cisco, this like celebrity that we're all supposed to worship and just be happy he even visited our campus. How amazing. And he's introducing Seinfeld. And while he does it, he gives him this flip camera. The flip camera was like one of the first vlogging cameras. I don't know, stupid consumer, whatever. And he gives it to Seinfeld, and with a little bit of fanfare, like, hey, I got this for you. And he looks at it, doesn't give a fuck about it. And like, hands it to someone to like, don't give this back to me, and does his thing. And the disrespect he showed my CEO made me so happy.
That was the one time you laughed like you're cracking up alone in the audience.
I don't give a fuck. After this, I'm gonna fuck you. Give me a tip calculator. Your CEO's like, it has other functions.
I do think it's absurd how little respect Seinfeld gets from this younger generation of comedians.
Oh,
they're always trying to me too him because he had that 17-year-old baddie on his arm. Let the man live.
You're all jealous. I get to slap those around.
These are two different issues, you know. I mean, because look, when people ask me who's in my Mount Rushmore of comics, I'm as a storyteller. I mean, I always say Cosby pre-rape, but then there probably was no pre-rape. It was probably during rape. But
that was when he was at his absolute best, like during the rape.
But as a storyteller, to deny how good, if he's not the best, find me someone who's better.
They learned that in court. Yeah.
It really did help him, didn't it? Yeah. but like,
it's got like a 17-year-old Labrador Retriever dog eyes. We can't keep this guy in there. Look at how cloudy those eyes are. Let him go.
And he pops that eye out when he leaves. Like, hey.
Yeah, I've never really seen Cosby stand up. I've never liked Seinfeld stand up. Like from what I've seen, it's like this guy seems like he was a good, almost straight man on the show Seinfeld.
He was,
and that's and that's why the show was good, is because that's kind of the crux of it. Is like the comedian is the straight man amongst his insane friend group. But it was never like, I can't recall a scene in Seinfeld where I was like laughing because of Jerry. It was always George, Elaine, Kramer,
Taylor. He was far and away the worst actor.
Yeah.
And comedy is hard to deliver. Mm-hmm. The straight lines are way easier. And the other three are comedic, geniuses.
Sure.
Yo, Julia Louis-Dreyfus is like a fucking genius. So he set them up and they get to knock it all down. I will say the thing about Seinfeld stand-up is it just feels dated now. Nobody's doing like the observational. That's not what stand-up is anymore. So this younger generation doesn't get it, but his mastery and his economy of words and all that stuff, he's like expert level.
I bet if I saw him in
Larry
person,
David is the best part of it, though. Yes. Something about how they would find a word that just sounded a little silly, and they would build a whole story around just the fact that
Bosco.
That's what happened. I guarantee somebody said Bosco, and he's like, Bosco is a funny sounding. Yeah. Bosco. And they just, all right, let's write a Bosco story. What if, and it's gold. It's always so good. I like Curb Your Enthusiasm. That man took 20 years to do 10 seasons of a TV show, and it's pretty fucking good.
Did you see the most recent one?
I didn't watch the last season. He's too frail for me. I felt like I was watching the last days of Joe Biden all over again.
My wife saw it.
He's too frail.
I think the last episode, like Larry David talks about what he'd do if he were king of the world. And the one rule he was going to instate was that no one's allowed to talk about their dreams anymore. I'm like, I wonder if Kyle saw this. He's like, all dream stories are bad.
Talk about the dreams.
I don't know how you even notice Larry getting more frail, because he's looked 75 for 20 years.
Yeah, but he stabilized like the way an Asian man will look 55 for 45 years. Like he stabilized in that zone, and he stayed there from like 2002 to 2020. He basically looked the same. And then like these last couple years, he got really like, maybe it's the cameras too. Like you can always tell when a production like that that show was so old. Like I said, it took 20 years to make 10 seasons. In the first season from 2000 or 2001, they're using like, I don't even know what kind of camera it is, but it's fuzzy. Like it
looks like fuzzy. Bernie Sanders now. Like he's got Bernie Sanders' face.
Yeah,
he's very close to Bernie Sanders, which I guess is fair because Larry David is 79 and Bernie Sanders is like, isn't he almost 90?
You gotta be careful when those guys get 84. Too frail. Like when you end up with like Robert De Niro kicking that guy in the street in The Irishman, and it looks weird. Or like I always say, like I love Landman, but when I see Billy Bob Thornton crawl into his giant jacked up pickup truck like the old man he is, I'm like, oh, come on, this guy's not tough.
Can I tell you,
get in his car?
The worst cinema experience I've ever had. So the last Indiana Jones, right, that Harrison Ford was in, they had 3 scenes where he was running, and I was like, guys, stop it. Go look at the Harrison Ford running. It is it's just he's just moving his arms real fast, but you know what I mean, to make it look like he's going. Yeah. But his lower
and they
body,
don't have to do that. Like when you have an old man like that, there should never, if they're getting chased, then he's the driver of the car, and his experience is able to be the thing that saves the day. Oh, I actually drove a little NASCAR back in the day, and you get that out of him, and it's like, oh my God, the old vet, he knows what's up. But then you do what they did, or you do even worse in Star Trek Picard. That's the one where they bring back all the old guys. Like recently, they have one where Patrick Stewart, who's like 80 something, is running away from like some evil guy or something. And he's got the Mr. Burns hands, and he's not running, he's hustling. And it's like he can barely hustle. And it's like, dude, it's Star Trek. Just beam him out of there or something. Don't make Patrick Stewart
I saw
run.
Harrison Ford in Star Wars. This is like the third newest one, the first of the new tri series, whatever, trequel. Anyway, he has to walk on uneven surfaces, but he's like in his 70s or something. It looks unsafe. It looks like they should not put this old man in that scenario where he has to navigate and he's in a gunfight or a blaster fight or something while carefully looking at his footing so he doesn't twist an ankle. It looks terrible.
At least Patrick Stewart's going to be able to sit down in Doomsday.
That's right. That's why it's such a perfect character for him. He said the last time.
Ian McKellen has looked the same. He's one of those guys who's been 80 since he was 50.
They're de-aging him for the new.
He's been 80 since Lord of the Rings.
Yes,
they had to age him for the first one, and they're having to de-age him for the current one. I think that's telling of a great character that it's been around that long.
I hope he doesn't die. 87
ever? What are you talking about?
Yeah, Taylor,
well, I mean, I hope he doesn't die, but I hope he doesn't die before he's doing his thing.
He's absolutely going to.
Don't you say that?
What?
Yeah.
He'll come back though, right?
I think Andy in the office said,
white.
I think Andy in the office said something like, "If my grandmother ever dies, I'll kill myself." She's like 80.
Do you? I'm sure all of you have seen The Irishman.
Yeah.
You remember where? De Niro is supposed to be like 32 in this scene. And he's wearing his giant clogs to not look 5'6", and he's supposed to be like beating up a guy who was like maybe creeping on his daughter or like did something to his business. I don't recall, but he just can't maneuver his body that way. And so it's like him de-aged, but he looks ridiculous. And there's a scene where he has to like throw guns into a river to like toss them away, but he can't do like an overhand throw like a young man. He's doing like John McCain arm tosses.
Taylor, I will say, because it brings up another point for me. The thing that I dislike more than making the old dudes be active is casting somebody who's not an athlete in an athletic role. And if you look at De Niro, I think the movie was Killing Me Softly, or he was playing a catcher. It's the most embarrassing throwing motion, and he's supposed to be a catcher for the fucking Red Sox. It's the most embarrassing. It was like, I can't watch that shit.
I agree 1,000%. Where I usually see it is with women beating up men, right? They'll cast, there are some actresses in Hollywood who are kind of athletic. Like I think Jennifer Lawrence is kind of athletic compared to most of the women. And then there are some who are more like pretty models who've spent their life trying not to break a nail, who, if they had to jump off a kitchen chair, couldn't pull it off gracefully. And now they have them beating up 5 guys in their like little modelist trying not to break a nail life that they've lived. I hate it. I see it immediately, and I just can't stand it. That's all.
Yeah.
I won't tolerate it.
I won't tolerate it. No, I'll talk trash about it. Yeah.
I'm taking it a step further.
Women shouldn't be beating up men without superpowers.
Yeah,
you need to be taught. Shane Gillis he was on a podcast recently. He said he was talking about Batgirl. There's a Batgirl TV show or something. He's like, wouldn't it be funny if like her arch enemy was just some regular dude, just some like mechanic or something like that who keeps just like beating her up, and she's like trying to figure out gadgets. And
every time they get into a fight, he holds her wrist and says, "Don't hit yourself." Why are you punching yourself? Why?
You knew I didn't need that air filter replacement, and yet you gave it to me, and I trusted you. Look, lady, I don't got time for this.
Hilarious. Come back tomorrow.
We're closing. Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it. I don't mind. I don't mind if it's part of the lore. If they're a superhero of some kind, if they've got powers, or if they've got magic, or they're an elf, or anything like that. Like I got no problem with that.
Depends on the kind of elf. Elves don't have superpowers.
There's only one kind of elf.
It's only living.
Elves don't have superpowers. I seem to remember Arwen.
What do you mean elves don't have superpowers?
That was magic. Not all of them are as adept at magic as Arwen.
Wait, magic's not a superpower?
No, I'm saying all elves. Like if you went to the mechanic elf or the bowstringing elf, he's probably not.
Name an elf who doesn't have powers.
You said elves don't have superpowers earlier.
Name a single elf that doesn't have magical powers.
Or not all of them do, rather.
An elf that doesn't have magical powers.
They all seem to like Legolas literally walks on the snow like he weighs 6 ounces.
I don't believe that Haldir, who, as you'll believe, led the elves into Helm's Deep to assist Theoden in the defense of the fortress, had any sort of magical powers. What do you say to that? What do you say to that?
How old was he when he did it? Was he 1,000?
They've never really highlighted the mechanic elves, so I don't know.
They haven't really.
It's funny you said that. Now that I'm thinking about it, are there elves that just have regular, like the barista elf?
There's Keebler elves. They just make cookies.
I bet they had a pretty aggressive caste system there that Elrond just didn't want to talk about.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't know. There's some less pointy-eared elves that were like shining shoes on the way in here, and he's like, "We don't have time for this. The ring must be destroyed." Yeah,
dude, if you're a round-eared elf, fuck off.
Get out of here.
No, they don't have time for that shit.
Small diet change of topic. Woody, have you watched any of the new season of Star Trek?
No, is it the one with? What's the Pike?
Yeah, it's with Captain Pike, the Strange New World, Star Trek Strange New World.
I didn't know it was out.
There's 3 episodes out. The second episode, I think this might be their last season, and it seems like they're really having some fun with it. Slight spoilers here. One of the episodes has dinosaurs. Another one of the episodes
doesn't seem prohibitive.
Is literally a horror show. It's the most gory, scary episode of Star Trek I've seen every episode ever. I've seen every movie ever. They've never gone this far into like gore and
gory
scariness.
It's like saying the tallest dwarf. Like,
no, it reminded me of Event Horizon. Like they did an episode that was like basically Event Horizon. Oh. There was
R.I.P. Sam Neill.
There were literally like disembowelments and gore and like mutilation and torture and like scary stuff happening. It was really dark.
Well, I guess if I'm going to catch up to that, I need to start in the early 60s because I've never seen a single episode of Star Trek in my life.
What? You're going to get into Star Trek with me. We'll have a call.
I saw that movie from 2009.
We have to put some time aside for us to really like get our ducks in a row before we begin the journey.
Where would you start in?
William Shatner, the beginning.
I would probably start with Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan.
Ooh.
You start me with the second movie in a series?
Yes, that's because I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, because the first one has nothing to do with anything. The first one is basically they didn't know if they wanted to do another season of the TV show, a TV movie, or a blockbuster movie. And the production took so long that it went through all 3 of those phases until what they actually made was like a 2-hour and 40-minute long TV episode that's very boring. There is no bad guy in the first one. It's a big science experiment, and
that can't be true.
It is.
There's not a bad guy in the whole.
Just a confused robot that needs to be set back on its way is all. But the second one is like an action movie. You fight Khan, who's like a genetically engineered super soldier who's got like beef with Kirk from back in the day. You get a lot of good like Spock stuff, and you get a bunch of like the background information about like the universe and like who the various races of people are and like what people are up to. You get to meet all the main characters, and it's also one of the old ones. So everything going forward is after that, mostly.
Okay. But you've also told me that Star Trek is communist propaganda.
Yeah, it's future communism, but it's okay because the human beings seem to have become so altruistic naturally that they can be trusted in that sort of economy. It's also post-scarcity. So we have replicator technology and some sort of dilithium fusion warp core magic energy and teleportation and all that stuff. So we don't need jobs, anyone. No one cares about the accumulation of wealth. It's more about the betterment of yourself and the rest of mankind.
Can everyone afford a replicator?
Everyone, if you're a human on Earth, yeah. If you're a human on Earth, or there's different spheres of influence. So like, if you're on Earth, you're on the capital of the whole Federation. So like,
okay, the whole planet's the capital now.
Really, yeah. It's one world government. There's Starfleet. That's kind of the military exploration, like Space Force, and then there's the Federation, and that's the political group of all the combined planets that are the good guys in the Milky Way galaxy.
Can you replicate
or at least
anything?
in our quadrant of
or are there limits?
Limits to what?
What you can replicate?
Almost none.
Almost none.
Yeah, they seem to build the starships manually, so there must be limits. But like food and things that you want every day, it can just seem to whip up.
Really, anything you can imagine, we could find a way to just make it happen, pretty much, except for energy, I suppose. You know.
So if you made like a perfect steak, and you have one bite, and you're like, "This is exactly how I want it to be," and then you just replicate the same steak over and over, bada bing.
No. They're clear that so the replicator just like takes food matter and creates whatever you want, but they're very clear that it's not as good as like a home cooked meal or a chef prepared meal. It's always like a downgrade.
Oh, well, then they should have better replicators. They can figure that out. Or I guess they can't because nobody's got jobs.
It was like, this universe doesn't sound so good after all.
Yeah.
Conspiracy. Every human's wonderful. It's like, count me out.
Lame.
I mentioned the teleporter, right? Like,
but doesn't that murder me and then create a new Taylor somewhere else?
Yes, it does.
He's from the Midwest. A 4-hour drive is nothing. He doesn't need teleporter technology.
Yeah.
So
easy peasy.
I never thought of that. The teleporter murders you and then puts you back together.
So basically,
creates a new
worse than that. So on my end, it dematerializes you down to the atomic level, but it has scanned you so thoroughly that it knows where the position of every one of those atoms. And it's able to beam a energy signal to a place that and then rematerialize from an energy to matter transformation, a new version of you. They don't take your atoms and like mail them somewhere. They make some new atoms on the other end and make an exact copy of.
It's like a 3D printer,
but that has all your. It's you for all intents and purposes, but it's not really you. If there was a soul, that it didn't transfer. You just remember. You have all your memories, but that ain't you.
Yeah, but the idea that there's only a certain amount of energy, so you're transporting energy. Where does that energy come from that you're making the new you from?
They take your matter and turn it into energy.
Exactly.
They found a
dematerializing
source that seems to have more energy than you'd ever need. Unless for the plot, you're running low on gas.
They get broke sometimes. Sometimes the crystals break and you got to stop somewhere and get some new ones. And wouldn't you know it, the people that live on that planet, they got the crystals, they're racists. And you got to deal with that. You got to teach them anti-racist stuff for like 22 more minutes. And
you can't just wipe out the lizards and be like, got it.
So those are the times when for the most part, they're super peaceful. Like they have this prime directive thing. They don't interfere with like inferior cultures, ones that haven't gone faster than light and stuff like that. And they really try not to commit genocide. That's a big no-no in the future. It would seem. But every now and then, like Captain Sisko will just destroy a planet just to spite somebody. And moments like that are
more of a suggestion.
The prime suggestion. That's what they call
it. The prime suggestion. Don't you do this unless you really, unless you got
this.
You had a bad day.
That would genuinely be a good name for an episode because they violate the prime directive constantly. Like, dude, it's all kind of the time.
They'll go like back in time and accidentally like introduce themselves to people, maybe replicate a few things out of thin air, maybe cure a disease and leave. And then they come back 1,000 years later and there's monuments to like one of the bit characters that they absolutely loved and consider a god. And he doesn't know how to handle it. It's fun. They've done it several times.
They've done it several.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
They're like, we're going back to that well. That's a good one.
it's a
Yeah.
good show. I dig it a lot. There's a lot of
me
hot
too.
chicks on that show.
Movies I like. Star Trek Beyond. I'm going to spoil the heck out of this movie. What happens? There are these mining ships, and what they do is they like burrow and smash into rocks, asteroids, whatever. That's the nature of the ships. There's, I don't know how many, it's hard to estimate, thousands of them. So these mining ships get angry. They're followed by a leader who directs them against like the Enterprise, for example, or some planet.
Idris Elba.
It'd be like the U.S. military against a swarm of bees. What do we do exactly? What, artillery, ATACMS or ATACMS missiles? Like, how do you handle bees? Well, they played some classical music, which is Beastie Boys' Sabotage. And it ruins the communication between all these like little mining ships that bust up things, and they all like explode. So it's the Enterprise blasting Beastie Boys into the vacuum of space and breaking all the mining ships, and they just explode as it sails through the mass of them. It's an incredible movie.
Kind of awesome.
Is that how
Star
sound
Trek
works?
movies. That is not how sound works in real life. No,
I was just making
Hollywood,
sure.
It works great. It works great in Hollywood, and I've said this so many times, but Star Trek movies, it's like they'll do a little casting. Go, we got a problem. We're going to need some MMA fighters, some base jumpers, and fencing. And people are like, well, I have these skills. And they volunteer for the away mission. And sure enough, you get freaking, not Picard. Who is he? William Shatner.
Captain Kirk.
Captain Kirk on a motocross bike, jumping through the air, causing
Amazing.
distractions, while the other people have their marksmanship skills on point. And this is how we deal with our war. It's a blast.
Yo, to me, there will never be a dude like William Shatner ever again.
Go to Dunkin' Donuts. There's one there right now.
Stop it. I think he is so cool, that fucking guy. And
And he's still kicking.
Yeah, my buddy just produced an album with him. He puts out music albums.
I wish I could find it, but I have a William Shatner DVD where he teaches paramotoring.
Oh my God.
It is the funniest fucking thing. He had a little low point in his career, so he started making like how-to paramotor
It's like
videos.
It's like post TJ Hooker. Hey guys,
Zach,
I gotta
Okay.
run. I gotta run.
Fair enough.
Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And if any of your people are in Houston, I'm there August 13th, 14th, and 15th. Can I just say, and I think I say this every time I'm on the show, your fans come out to my shows, and they are so cool, man. It's you have such a cool group of people following this show. So I appreciate everybody who listens, who comes out.
That's cool.
Yeah.
What were your show dates again? Did you just give out show dates?
August
Houston.
13th, 14th, 15th in Houston. And then I'm on the road basically for the rest of the year. ComedianJoshWolf.com for tour dates.
Very cool.
But yeah,
Everybody
Thanks
go
for
to the
coming
show.
on.
Say hi.
I always appreciate you coming on.
guys, thank you so much for having me. Listen, Woody,
Dude, I'm going to be you when I grow up. Holy shit. It looks really good. And you've always been good with body fat. So you added muscle and now you're there.
We're going. Listen, dude. I'll send you a couple pictures later.
Okay.
Now, we talked about this. You know the kind of pictures I like.
It'll be a close up. I'll get a close up for you. I'll get a close up for you.
All right. Later, man.
Guys, see you.
Take care.
Take it easy.
Later.
I want to see a gate.
Oh,
No,
Zach's
you don't
gone.
wanna see a
Oh, he
gate.
closed it. There, he got it. When
Are you
Zach
going to
comes,
be,
oh, he's back.
what were you going to
Zach,
have him pull
can
up?
you show some of the pictures from this page? Because I think it's wonderful.
Let's see.
Oh,
It's William Shatner buckling in.
Or I guess I'll wait for him to
When
show
you
up.
scroll down, go to the top left one. Don't miss that. Oh, thank you. Zach said he hurried for us. There he is. There's the man.
Oh, he's still
in.
This is a little while ago. This is before I started flying. And then can you show the top left one on the scroll down? There he is. Look at him. You know, something about paramotor just makes a man look cool. Don't you think?
so, you know
So
what?
sexy.
I like you. So yes.
To me, to me, the thing that's really setting it off is the enormous Federation badge belt buckle he was wearing. You can see it.
Look at the shirt he's got on in the background.
Yeah,
that guy's got cool glasses, though.
He's wearing a poor quality, mind you. Oh, it's his paintball. This is paintball, isn't it?
Yeah, that does look like a paintball course.
I see why you're saying that. It looks like it could be.
He does
got
paintball.
masks, though. Well, he doesn't still paintball. He's 95.
Oh, look at that.
His paintball flight. I don't understand a paintball flight. This is.
I guarantee they paid
victim?
him to paramotor over a tournament and shoot at people with a paintball gun.
This is before 10-4. Is that when it was, or 10-7? What was the
October 7th in Israel?
October 7th,
long before that, yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
I know that he did paintball events like this, like he'd get paid to come to them, and like Captain Kirk is going to be here, and the Federation's going to fight the Klingons. He'll be leading the charge, and like, dude, even for me, I'd be like, what will my rank be?
Complete bitch. Just
I'd cry if he was mean to me.
You cry if William Shatner was.
Yeah, I might cry if William Shatner were mean to me. If he did it like at the captain's voice, like he was really disappointed with me, I think that would just tear me down to nothing.
Well, if you're gonna meet him, you better do it soon. 95, you know.
I had that same thought, honestly. I really did. That I was like, what's it cost to go meet that guy at like a Comic-Con type convention or whatever? First of all, the experience leaves a lot to be wanted, and it's very expensive to meet someone like William Shatner. Like it's ridiculous. I had a friend who went and did the Hobbit breakfast in Florida like a few months back, and they literally got served breakfast by the 4 main hobbits from the Lord of the Rings movie.
They got all 4?
And Arwen. Liv Tyler was there.
What?
They all, yeah. I put.
How much did they pay for this?
It was a lot. I put it in the WhatsApp, like some of the pictures she took, and they're in like a banquet hall with like, it kind of reminds me of like a charity banquet with the round tables, and there's maybe 8, or a wedding. It looks similar to that, like that kind of seating, like 6-8 people to a table, and the hobbits are going around serving everybody breakfast. It's the 4 main hobbits, and they're bringing out fucking sausages and fucking bacon and muffins and shit.
Do you think they had to fake laugh at a bunch of second breakfast jokes?
Yes.
Or they're like they're just
wouldn't this be 11s? Huh? Yeah, there's some
William
fans
Shatner
there.
has events right now from $56, $45, and $67 in Louisville, Kentucky. That's not actually that's super far from you.
There's no way he needs money. He's had like 3 careers in Hollywood.
Louisville Palace Theater, October 31st, and Chicago, Illinois, at Douglas Park.
But wait, is that for like a music performance?
I just looked up William Shatner and it says events, and so I clicked more events. Riot Fest 2026, and I guess
I don't
maybe
want to
he's
see him. I would want to like.
You'd also see Tool though, because Tool will be there
meet him for 30 seconds. You know, like I'd want to go to like one of those meet and greet autograph signings where you take the picture with the guy, and I don't want the autograph or the picture. I just want to tell him how much I appreciate his work and how much.
I bet he's fucking sick of that, dude.
This schedule.
I tell him how much better he was and how much more talented he was than Nimoy. Like he'd eat that up.
Dude, check this out. He's in Boston on August 7th. He's in Vegas on August 9th. He's in Chicago on August 14th. And then he's in Tucson, Arizona, September 4th. Scotland on October 24th. Ticonderoga, New York in November. This schedule. 8 days later, he's in Ireland. And then a week after that, he's in Columbus, Ohio. This man is working his buns off doing appearances.
That's the key to longevity.
Keeps him young. Yeah. He must like it at this point. Like, why would he continue?
Like, how much does he get Star Trek pussy, you think?
I bet he did. I mean, he seems like he's at an age where almost, you know, he's saying like pussy's for the birds. I've had my
I think
share.
his wife died in like maybe she was killed by a DUI driver or something like that. And then I'm not even joking. This isn't but I think his wife was killed by a drunk driver, and then he went to space with Jeff Bezos. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
They went up in his rocket, and when they landed,
he hated it.
Sorry, I ruined Jeff Bezos gets out the champagne and he pops the bottle and he's spraying alcohol on William Shatner, who hasn't had a drink in like 25 years or something like that, and has this dramatic alcohol thing.
Yeah, he's had 4 wives.
He hated going to space. He's like, there's nothing up there. It's just black and empty. He's like, we are alone. He had this like reaction to going to space that wasn't very positive.
Yeah, he said his quote was, "My trip to space was supposed to be a celebration. Instead, it felt like a funeral. All I saw was death. I saw a cold, dark, black emptiness."
Oh, that's beautiful.
I love his honesty, because that's not what they wanted to hear. They wanted to hear how that was the greatest day of his life, how his dream came true, how he's now really a Star Trek captain, et cetera, et cetera. And instead, he's like, it's black, it's dark, it's cold. I'm out.
I wanted to hear, for a moment, I thought about going the other way, just heading off into the cosmos,
underground,
leaving Earth behind. But then they took the controls from me and they brought us back home. But no,
there's a bunch of like 30 and 40-year-olds on there like, no. He's 96 going through.
I didn't realize how rare it is to escape Earth's gravity. Like the international, I knew that they experience zero gravity, astronauts. The moon ones, and that's it. So you guys knew this already, but here's how orbiting, like all the satellites in our orbit and stuff, here's how it works. They're really just falling very quickly. They're being sucked into Earth, but they're going sideways so fast, Earth isn't there when they get pulled into it. And it was the thing that made me understand it was Newton's cannonball. So Newton was like, what if we shot a cannonball so quickly that as it was pulled down to Earth, it kind of made it around Earth's curvature. So we go the right speed, and you can, I guess, theoretically orbit Earth if you're fast enough at 3 feet off the ground. It's just as you're getting pulled, the curvature, forgetting mountains exist, but the curvature of the Earth is making the Earth sort of disappear as you're losing altitude. But you're going so quickly, you just stay at the same constant altitude. That's how satellites orbit the Earth. They're not in zero gravity. They're just falling so quickly. They're getting sucked towards Earth, but they're moving around it so quickly that the Earth's not there, and they maintain a steady altitude. I was like, oh, I get it.
And I saw Neil deGrasse Tyson doing his thing where he was talking. This was years ago. He's talking in front of some auditorium, probably students, where he's like, and I'm sure all of you saw that guy who was in, space, who worked for Red Bull and jumped out of there, and you could see the curvature of the Earth from that height. You all saw it, right? And then he did his Neil deGrasse Tyson thing where he's like, wrong, retards. That was a fisheye lens. You're not nearly high enough to see the curvature of the Earth from there. That would be like being on a beach ball and like putting a airsoft BB on the top. You're not going to see shit from the crest of that airsoft BB. Like, you need to be so much high. I was disappointed when I like learned how high you have to be to actually see the curvature, instead of just like, because like the first time you get on a plane as a kid, you're like, oh, it's certainly not just the angle of this glass. I'm probably seeing it. And then you look it up and it's like, no, not even close. You're not even in the vicinity of seeing it, dude.
I flew my paramotor to 15,000 feet. And intellectually, I knew that wasn't high enough. But I was like, I'm going to look really closely. I'm going to I have an hour to look at this, right? And there's no glass. There's no nothing. It's just me and the Earth. You can't see the curvature of the Earth at 15,000 feet at all.
What is the height?
I don't know.
I'm like hundreds of thousands of feet.
Probably really high. I thought you could too. Like I've been on top of is it Lookout Mountain or something like that? I was on top of some like medium sized like southeastern mountain, and it seemed like from up there it was like, yeah, I kind of see there's a little.
Talk yourself into it a little bit.
I really did. I was like, look at this. I think I told the girl I was with, check it out. You can see the curvature of the Earth. I think I told her.
You talked them into it too?
Yeah. She, oh, yeah, you can see it. All right. Yeah.
Says you can see it more distinctly at 20 kilometers above the Earth.
That's real far.
Which is pretty.
Like 13 miles, maybe?
Yeah, something like that.
Who could say?
Who could? Well,
I'm gonna figure it out.
you divide it by 10 and then multiply it by 6, right?
12.4 miles. I was close.
That's close.
Yeah.
Divided by 10, you get 2 times 6, 12.
I
That's
watched
a lot of math.
Obsession. I really liked it.
I thought it was solid
pretty
too.
Fucking good. That I liked the premise of it, and I liked that girl's acting. I thought that girl was a tremendous actor. I've seen online that people were saying, or they were like, some people were saying that the guy wasn't the villain of the movie. The guy was the villain of the movie, right?
I mean, he was the guy who like created the whole circumstance, right? Even though in the beginning he did seem hapless, like he seemed to be like just I wish she loved me, this and that. Like,
oh, he's such a pussy though.
But
like,
he is
shot.
a complete pussy. But I also like I saw someone posting like little Easter eggs, not even Easter eggs. I just wasn't paying enough attention. Where like at the end when he bought the 2 other wishing willows, you know, not to spoil too much, but Woody's not into these kind of movies, so he doesn't care.
You should watch. It's good.
Yeah, I think you would like it. But he bought 2 of those wishing willows instead of just one that it would take to negate it. And so clearly he thought he could maybe revise a little lawyer talk to, you know, get it the way he wanted. You know what I mean?
I think he was just covering all his bases. Like at that point, I'd get 2 as well. There's no way I'd walk out of there with just 1 and not have a backup, like wish making device.
Dude, I would have bought them out and then been like, make that shit with the girl back to normal. Also, now we're going bananas. I want $1 billion. I want a sick ass mansion. Well, I guess that the $1 billion takes care of that. And then you're just like, I want to be a star in some professional sports
league. Be careful how you word it. It'll turn you into an actual star in the sky or something. This is some sort of an evil wishing device, Woody, where like you get your wish, but the way it's accomplished is pretty awful.
Yeah.
It's sort of
literally a
Mr. Needful Things kind of situation. And at the base of it. But the main character is basically a guy who's been friend zoned, but and I think that there's some like incels who sympathize with him for some reason and don't see him as the villain, but he's given his shot. It like he gets his shot and he pussies out and doesn't even take it. Like the girl that he's super into is like, do you like me? Do you like me? Because you need to say something if you do. Like it's like she's really laying
the door's
out the red
wide
carpet.
Open. Yeah.
Oh my God. She's like, do you like me? Because now's the time. Because like they work together, but
she's sending him pictures that I would like.
She hasn't sent him the close-ups yet, but she's sent some wide tastefuls already, and look. You see a little butthole, and she's laying out the red carpet, and he pussies out, and instead he basically makes some sort of a wishing well demon deal, and the results are terrifying and really awkward. She becomes incredibly obsessed with him, and it goes bonkers. I really like the movie. I can't believe they made that for less than $1 million. It made really like $450 million.
He's not the bad guy from the beginning, though, which I've seen people say like he's like when he made that wish in the beginning. It's like that to me. That little throwaway wish thing was like the same as him like doing "She loves me, not" like flower shit in the park. It's like it wasn't until well after that he becomes the kind of bad guy.
I'd like to see one of these monkey paws show give it to an attorney who just like makes ironclad wishes with this, like well-defined contracts.
There's a series of YouTube shorts that is this.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. Okay. The guy's like, okay. I want this many dollars, American dollars, and I don't want them to fall from the sky and crush me. They're like he goes through this long laundry list of like the. Like
does it work out? Does he succeed in doing it, or do they find a
kind of like Coyote Roadrunner? The way I remember it, where like every episode, like he thinks he's got it worked out, but not quite. No, keep going. Yeah.
That joke was in a cartoon show called Fairly Odd Parents back in the day.
I know
and
it.
the whole joke was that this Timmy Turner has his Fairly Odd Parents, and they like achieve wishes for him. And my younger brother liked it. I didn't watch it a bunch, but I saw a clip of like some other fairy was granting Timmy wishes, and they were all coming incorrect. And his first wish, like the next time he got a chance with this genie that was very sinister trying to fuck him over, was like, I wish for a fairy attorney. And then like a little fairy attorney shows up and he's like, I want you to make sure that all of my wishes to this guy are correctly worded. And then it's like huge scrolls with every wish where the attorney is like, in sign off here. And the other genie's like, fuck. Like I can't.
Oh, shucks. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
This video is kind of close too. This is actually what I was thinking of. It's really funny.
It was voiced by Norm. That's funny. Let's see.
Yeah, I feel like I could come up with a wish that was simple and worded plainly enough that there could be no advantage taken of me.
Yeah.
I think you want money. You don't want to try to like ask for a mansion because like then it's going to be a haunted mansion or it's going to have fucking termites at best. Like something's going to be wrong with that fucking mansion. Like, you know what I mean? But if you ask for an amount of money and then you really specify where that money needs to be and what the tax implications are going to be and et cetera, I don't feel like he can fuck you.
What if you wish to be like the most persuasive person on earth? So you don't fuck yourself by reading minds, but like if you're talking to Elon Musk, you could just, by virtue of your speech, persuade him to give you like whatever you wanted.
What if you accidentally though, like said something to someone you cared about that was like jokey?
Persuade him out of it.
They'd immediately like, kill yourself. And then before you turn around laughing, they kill themselves or something.
No, you just persuade them out of it. Just it's self-correcting.
You should be able to turn it on and off.
Yes, and you can turn it on. Yeah, if you wanted mind control, you should be able to turn it on and off too. Yeah,
they do that in Umbrella Academy. Do you guys know that?
I've heard you guys talk about it, but that's it.
There's one woman, and she says, "I heard a rumor," and then the next thing becomes true. So that's how she like activates her superpower. Like, I heard a rumor.
I'd settle for one of those
wearing hats, and then you'll immediately pull it off.
I'd settle for one of those death note notebooks. You know, where you just write the person's name in there and they die.
Settle for that? That's an incredible power.
Well, I'm saying it's not as nice as like mentally controlling anyone you want.
You wouldn't be controlling and be persuading.
Like you take out Putin or something to solve a war. There are people who will get revenge.
Not if I write in a book. They'll never know. They'll never know I wrote in a book. They don't know about my book.
Yeah, but
you wouldn't even have to. You wouldn't have to start.
You wouldn't know
with, like,
I had a book, but there would be signs.
I wish threats were part of your power, right? Like, hey, knock this off. You've had a warning, or else. And you can't ever have that. You got to keep it a full secret.
The entire Chicago Blackhawks organization has experienced a horrible illness.
Plane crash. I crashed their plane when they were commuting to come into the town to play.
Yeah, you could do that. Or
that would get it done.
But I'd feel bad about that. I'd be like, they've all suspiciously retired, and then
have the plane
and all of them have decided to sign league minimum contracts with the St. Louis Blues.
How are the Blues? Are they good?
Oh my God. I mean, the season doesn't start till October, but it's not shaping up to be a good year.
The Sixers were in purgatory. We had no future. We were good enough to like lose in the first or second round of the playoffs. And for some reason, the Celtics gave us their second best, maybe even best, but probably second best player. Mm-hmm. And we gave them a player with negative trade value. Like you would offer a first round pick just to get his contract out of your organization. And which is what we did. We got a first round pick and this negative problem, and we got a great player in return. And then with that great player's arrival, suddenly other people wanted to come to Sixers. Like we have role players. And then of course, LeBron James comes to the Sixers and,
he plays for them now.
Yeah. LeBron James is on the Philadelphia 76ers. Did you? Okay. That's
no, I'm being serious. I don't follow NBA at all. All my NBA knowledge is you.
Hell, I didn't know that you could escape this news. but yeah, now LeBron James is on the Sixers. He's both like the best. He's the best passer in the NBA right now, and he's got a load of talented teammates. And we're on the short list for winning the chip this year. And we had no present and no future. And we got a new GM, and in one season, suddenly everyone's talking about the Sixers. No one's being talked about as much as the Sixers. No one has.
How long is the bad guy on the books?
So that's the guy we got rid of, and he has this year and the next year. Yeah. Okay. So we got rid of our problem in exchange for a great player, Jaylen Brown from the
nice.
Celtics. He was Finals MVP the year before last. Like, that's good.
It's a solid. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Good resume.
Yeah. So this and they're like shredding his name. They're like, he thinks he's smarter than everyone else. I'm like, well, did everyone else guest lecture at MIT? Let me know.
Well, go Sixers. I have no allegiance to any other team by a long shot, and so go Philadelphia.
I can't wait for I am going to support the next St. Louis run so hard. I am deep in team support debt on this thing, and I appreciate it.
I always root for my boys' teams. You got to,
you do.
As long as when Kyle was supporting the Chicago Blackhawks, obviously I didn't sign on to that. That was a spite route. I didn't like it. That was a nice hoodie though.
It was good.
Still is. It's so warm. I wake up on a Saturday morning and like come out and drink my coffee out on the deck. Got that big Blackfeet jersey on. It's warm and snuggly. Got the hood pop. It's great. Yeah, it's really good materials.
Atlanta Braves are in first in the league, or are they in second or third in the league? Right. So
69 wins is pretty top tier. The Brewers have 72 wins. I think the Brewers have this starting pitcher, this kid. I think his name's Mizrowski or something like that. I sent a video there. That's him breaking the MLB speed record for a starting pitcher. Only one other pitcher has ever thrown a pitch as fast as he just threw there. And it was I think it was a closer. You know, one of those guys, a specialist who comes out and throws one inning, like just gets one guy out sometimes. It's a starting pitcher throwing 105 miles per hour. We are going to face this guy in the playoffs. Somebody is. They're clearly going to win. 72 wins on the team, winningest team in all of baseball. Braves and Dodgers both have 69 wins for the season, I believe. I look forward to like watching this guy play in the playoffs because he's been so lights out, and it's so fun to watch somebody throw that fast. Like it's a different look. You see people react to it like, "Oh, I've never seen a baseball move that fast, and I play baseball for a living."
What is the strike box rule? That it just has to touch the line, right? Or it has to be all. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Any part of the ball in that box.
Okay.
Yeah.
Strike zone.
That's fine. The YouTube has been feeding me. Is it Greg Maddox? Is that his name?
Oh hell yeah! The fucking professor.
Stories.
You've been learning about the professor?
Yeah. So like this is one that I kind of got. He's up like 8-1. And it's late innings, say 6 or higher or something like that. Oh. And this other guy, he's got the scouting report on it. And, you know, the cat. Oh, apparently he does all the calls when he pitches. He tells the catcher basically where it's going, but that's all the catcher needs to know. And the catcher gives a sign or something. He's like, no, not there. No, not there. And he pitches him a bad pitch. And the guy hits it for a home run, sends it into the stands. And the catcher comes up and he's like, what? Like, why would you do that? And he's like, listen, we're a good team. They're a good team. We're going to meet them in the playoffs. And he's going to be waiting for that pitch that he sent into the home run. He's like, batters, they remember their successes and they forget their failures. So let's give them a success to think about. And sure enough, he's right. The two teams, they meet in the playoffs. And that batter was waiting on that pitch to send into the stands again. It never came. He strikes him out. And it was all because of a setup he did like 2.5 months earlier. And I was like, shucks, this is the professor. All right. I like it.
Greg Maddox is one of the greatest starting pitchers of all time. He was wily, intellectual, and had an amazing talent for like painting the corners of the box and knowing who he was. The scouting reports and like the research he'd do and like the mind games, really fun. That was during that era where they had two other. They also had Glavins and Smoltz as starting pitchers. They're all Hall of Famers, and they only won one fucking championship.
Yeah, but I think it's neat when a professional athlete. Obviously, he's athletic. I'm sure he threw the ball faster than everyone in high school, but that wasn't his bread and butter. Like he didn't throw heat that no one else could match. Instead. He threw it where it needed to go. And I think that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I heard Randy Johnson, the big giant,
guy,
6 foot tall,
bird
6
murderer.
foot 6'7". The guy who blew up the pigeon. Everybody, even if you don't know a dick about baseball, you've seen the clip of Randy Johnson blowing up a pigeon during a game. I've heard him talk about Greg Maddux. He's like, I'm not really an athlete. I'm just real tall. But Greg, I mean, he's not an athlete at all. Like you look at him, you're like, how's he doing it?
yeah. But he was a 4-time Cy Young winner. Like that. I'm trying to say he's not just pretty good. He's one of the greatest pitchers to have ever touched a ball.
Yeah.
And he's not an athlete at all.
Oh, well, yeah. I was a big fan like during that time. Like when he was doing crazy stuff in the mid 90s, that's when I was watching, I don't know, 30 or 40 games a year or something like that. Like we'd watch every night, or I'd listen on when we were working. I'd always listen on the radio. Like I really liked our announcing team, like whatever the announcing booth. I was a huge fan.
Yeah, that like a glazed LeBron. LeBron James is not only one of the greatest basketball minds to have ever touched a ball, but he's a really good athlete. Now he's 41, the version we get, but I'm excited because he has a lot of like athletic teammates, and I'm hoping he can help them rise.
Yeah. I guess I look forward to watching it. I like I always say, I like the idea of greatness, and so I don't think he clearly wasn't going to be able to get as many rings as Jordan, or maybe even stand out as a solo presence as much. But he's found his own way to top Jordan here with these late year 40, 41-year-old. If he goes to the playoffs with you guys, like I think that's a different sort of feather in the cap. But it is when you're doing GOAT talks or or even if you're just doing like position talk, who is best at this position or who's the true most valuable player of all time, something like that, then like those are big feathers in your cap. If he goes to another organization at 41 and just goes around into the playoffs, like even that would be huge, especially if he's playing and he's not hurt.
Yeah. We're pretty favored to make it into the playoffs. But then again, we've got some guys who wear street clothes a lot. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, we'll see about that. The Braves are like 9 games ahead or something like that. I think they're a 91% betting favorite to win the National League East. I wouldn't put it past them. They could do it. The Phillies could come back, and the Phillies have lost like 7 of their last 9 or something in a row or something. The Braves have won like 8 in a row or something like that.
The Cardinals stink.
Yeah, y'all guys are like 15 games out, aren't you?
I mean, enough. Yeah, 15 games from the Brewers. Yeah.
It's late. It's a little late in the year to be pulling 15 games out of your hat.
I don't think so. I feel so bad because that's the team that the most people around here are obsessed with. Like my wife and her family, like that's the sport they follow is baseball.
Well, you know what the real problem is? I'm looking at it here. You're 10 games behind just the Cubs, but you're 15 behind those Brewers I were talking about with the homie that throws 105.
Well, the Cards just were huge sellers apparently, and sold everybody to hopefully rebuild, I guess, which pretty lame. I mean, I think the last time they won a World Series was 2011, which usually the Cardinals don't go that long without one.
Baseball doesn't have a salary cap, right?
They do that bullshit where like you can pay penalties. And so like that's why LA and New York and the big markets, and then
they choose to pay it.
Yeah. And then the Colorado Rockies are just like a farm league system for them.
In basketball, the penalties are so oppressive that people don't pay. Even Steve Ballmer doesn't pay them, and he's one of the richest people on the planet. But more than that, there are some in-game penalties. Like if you're in the second apron or whatever it is, you don't get a first-round draft anymore. And so like it gets really hard to keep a good team without draft picks and,
check out the payrolls.
NBA is hard cap payrolls. Or soft cap?
It's the soft, like you can pay more than other teams do, but the penalties are like $2 for every dollar of salary or something insane. And on top of that, you lose draft picks. So your team just ages. So you basically can't do it. No one does.
It should be hard. Hockey's the only sport I know of then that's hard cap. Where like you cannot, like every team, like Toronto doesn't get a benefit over Carolina.
You know what I wish? I wish that if you drafted the player, that somehow their salary only counted half towards the cap. And the reason is, like, that guy you got as a rookie that you developed on your team, you get to keep him. He's better for you. Like, this guy's a Sixer. He could be a Sixer for life. We drafted him and he stays here. And for the rest of his time here, his contract is only like half price against the cap. And
that's risky though. Like there'd have to be a limit on the years. Like maybe the first couple years after their entry level contract,
they're already cheap.
No, I mean after the entry level, maybe a little bit after that, because I'm thinking of the Pittsburgh Penguins and that they got who you I'm sure don't like they got Crosby and they got Malkin. Imagine if they had Crosby and Malkin for the last 20 years, half price. Like they would have won, instead of just 3 Stanley Cups over the past 20 years, they would have won 7.
And you picked 2 guys who didn't move. But didn't you guys draft? Did you get Roenick? Did you get Brett Hull? Or did they just come?
Blues got Hull.
Yeah. So imagine if you had Brett Hull his entire career, because no one else would want to pay so much more than you would have to pay half for. Does that make sense?
No, I get it.
But like the St. Louis has lost a lot of great players. I don't know how many of you drafted, because the players move on. I would like it if players, I just want something to keep players with their home team.
I feel you. It's just
I take back what I said about St. Louis. Look at this chart here, and I think what the interesting stat here is how many wins you get per $1 million.
Okay.
I wish that ratio were displayed. And look all the way down at the bottom at 28th place, little St. Louis. Only 57 wins, but they only cost $91 million.
Yeah, they're like, they just sold.
Conor McGregor has a boat that costs more than that.
I wonder.
Usually St. Louis pays pretty high for their team. Like they're not like top 5, but for the size of the market St. Louis is, because baseball is like a religion here. I think this is because they've sold everyone. Like they're trying to do a rebuild.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy low. You see the Mets up there, 49 wins, $319 million. Love that. Love to see that.
Ooh, why do you hate the Mets?
Oh, they play against the Mets my whole life. I hate the Mets. Hate the Mets. Hate the Phillies.
Because the Mets are in your league, your division.
Oh yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
What about the Washington Nationals?
Philly is beating Atlanta.
They really have any problems out of
payroll.
Man, I remember growing up, the Cubs were such a joke. It was always like, man, the Cubs suck. Oh, let's watch the Cardinals-Cubs game. And it was just St. Louis molesting them again. And now for the past decade, the Cubs have been consistently better. Gay.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the postseason baseball with the new what do they call it? The MLS system? What do they call that laser system that checks the umpires? Whatever that shit's called, the challenge system that.
Yeah. I forget what it's called in baseball.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing that in the playoffs and the pitch clock, and then obviously I really am into a guy who can throw just faster than anybody else. That's some Hollywood movie shit if he wins the series this year.
All right, I have a new topic. Are we ready for it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What song would you pick if I offered you $1 million to sing it, but you had to get every word right?
Oh, I'm not good at songs. I can't think of a single. I've got mine
locked in.
I can't think of a single song I know every.
Well, I mean, I'd knock Happy Birthday out like that. All right.
No.
How I wonder what you are.
No,
Kyle,
I thought of those two. No.
Kyle, what's the name in Happy Birthday? Good luck. Good luck.
You could just pick whoever's birthday it is.
Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday to you.
You got a word wrong.
No.
You got a word wrong. I thought in advance. I've got a better song.
Well, you could sing any Taylor Swift song.
That's not true. Zach has mine, the ABC song.
Oh, I was thinking mainstream songs. Where I'm
Wet Ass
fuck.
Pussy. I know Wet Ass Pussy. Let's see. Big Rock Candy Mountain.
You do not know every word to Wet Ass Pussy.
I know most of the words to Wet Ass Pussy.
Jingle Bells. There's a real song that I think I'm pretty. Jingle Bell. No.
That's holiday.
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That's what I meant to say. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. I think I have it.
Cheating. I feel like the holiday song.
Tweeting is my strategy.
I think my happy birthday get thing was a joke because like it doesn't count. I think it should be from a performance artist for money and not one of the holiday songs. I'm just
or the
putting that
80s
out there.
because we all know those at least semi proficiently.
Well,
You ever
with time
seen
to
adults
prepare,
sing
I
them
think I could learn a
motherfuckers?
song.
Oh, we have time to. I thought it was right.
Yeah,
off the cuff.
yeah. I mean, off the cuff, there isn't a like popular song in the world outside of like Holiday and Happy Birthday.
Kyle, you have to help me. What is
that
it?
I could do.
On the Big Rock Candy Mountains, the roads are made of tin.
And you can walk
Something-
what? No.
And you
No.
can
In the
walk
Big
right
Rock-
out
no.
again as soon as
you're
you
wrong
are in.
already. You already lost. In the Big Rock Candy Mountains, the jails are made of
Oh,
tin.
the jails.
And you can walk right out of them as soon as you are in. There ain't no short-handled shovels, no axes, saws, or picks.
I
There's a
didn't
lake
know.
of stew and a whiskey too. You can paddle all around them in a big canoe in the Big Rock Candy Mountains.
I don't know this song. I've never heard
you
it.
know it. Yeah, it's from Oh Brother Where Art
Bulldogs
Thou,
all
right?
have rubber teeth and the hens lay soft-boiled eggs.
I wasn't even close. I didn't. know
I'm
that.
going to
That sounds
stay where you
nice.
sleep all day, where they hung the Turk, then invented work in the Big Rock Candy
I did
Mountains.
know that Kyle would be the closest to ready for this challenge.
Very good.
He might even know a song.
Hens.
I know
laying
this song.
soft-boiled eggs
This is
would
the
be a
song.
bad thing.
It begins one evening as the sun went down and a jungle fire was burning. Down the
Look it
track
up.
came a hobo hiking, and he said, "Boys, I'm not turning. I'm headed to a land that's far away beside the crystal fountains. So come with me, we'll go and see the Big Rock Candy Mountains." It goes on.
Who
from there. I
sings
know the
this
whole thing.
song?
I don't
Like, is
fucking
it-
know.
Well,
This is a song from the 1920s or something.
Harry McClintock. Okay.
Okay.
It's featured in my favorite rendition of the Odyssey. What's it called, Taylor? The Coen Brothers movie that I'm.
Oh, Brother Where Art Thou?
Oh, Brother, Where Art Thou? Yeah.
Hmm.
John
Man, there's a
Goodman plays the
lot of
Cyclops.
lyrics in this song.
There's a lot
Yeah.
of like old country songs that Kyle knows many of the words to.
Most of them, I really do know most of them.
Yeah.
I would be so bad at this question. Like I just don't listen to music much. Is that
Like whole
psychotic?
albums of
I
Travis
just
Tritt.
don't-
Like most Eminem songs, sometimes I don't know what the word is, so I'm just saying like a thing. I just say jerkin. Wait, he's jerking to Jergens, but he's
No, he's-
jerking, but this whole bag of Viagra isn't working. Like I'm trying to, is that what he said? Like I'm trying to get it down.
Is it working? No, does that?
He rhymes Jergens with working. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
And jerking.
Well, damn. I don't think you could do the entire Big Rock Candy Mountain because
You know I could, and you know I won't.
no, because you were doing verse 5 with
I was
the
mixing it
axes
up. I was
with the
bouncing
axes dolls
around.
and picks.
I was
Go
bouncing
ahead,
all around.
Taylor. Hit him with the
You were-
line that
you
you
were
think he
dealer's
can't
choice.
follow.
All right, I'll give you a line. All the cops have wooden legs. Where's it go
And the
from there?
bulldogs all have rubber teeth, and the hens lay soft-boiled eggs. I know the whole fucking song.
No, what's next? Whole verse. Finish the verse.
Well, now I'm a little mixed up. I'm stoned, but like I'm not.
That is fair. I
Is it
accept that
something about?
excuse.
Is it about shovels?
Nope, that's verse 5.
Okay. Well, I'm
the
lost because-
okay, well, the farmers. That's
Oh,
the 2 words
I'm
from
the
the next
farmer.
line after the soft-boiled eggs.
Tell me what's the next 2 words.
It's the farmers' trees are full of fruit,
And the barns are full of hay.
Oh, he knew it. He knew it.
and the barns are full of hay. Yeah, I know the whole fucking song.
If he was on a roll, I do think
Yeah,
there's a real chance he could just follow through like that. It is a little trickier to
yeah.
to do
Jumping
what I
in the
did.
middle of a lyric is very.
I had
very
that
difficult.
soundtrack, the Oh Brother Where Art Thou soundtrack. I listened to that thing on repeat like all day, all the time for a couple years. I know most of Man of Constant Sorrow probably. Like I know the whole thing.
I liked
And a
Man
lot
of
of this
Constant Sorrow. My grandparents had that, and they would play it when they were like smoking cigarettes in the car, and they were driving us around.
Me too.
I really
Me
enjoyed
too.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
To this day,
You're describing
I smell one of those cigs. Like that's why I have no aversion to the smell of cigarettes. Is it just reminds me of being around my grandparents when I was little. They reeked of cigs. Sometimes they'd smoke with the windows down, like when we were in the car.
You mean up?
Or up. I'm sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Down is a little more acceptable.
I had only been in a car one time with a smoker who smoked with the windows up. I got a ride home from school with a friend, like and his mom smoked in the car with the fucking windows up, and we were in the back of the car, and I was just thinking like, this is insane. Like I was like 14 or 15, but even then I was like, this is insane. Like, is she attacking us with smoke on purpose? Like, this is what y'all live with? Because my dad smoked my whole childhood, but he had the window down. It was out the window. Like, I never remember smelling smoke or being bothered by smoke as a child once ever. They never smoked indoors. My mom smoked like...
Oh, they smoked indoors all the time. My grandparents.
I remember my mom smoking like maybe a little bit when I was a little kid, but she like quit and, never smoked again. My dad vapes now. He smoked for like his whole life, and then he's been vaping for like 3 or 4 years now or something like that. No, knock on wood, but he's in his 70s and no lung cancer, no lung damage whatsoever. He smoked a pack of Marlboro Reds every fucking day. Ooh. My entire life.
Those are heavy.
Like, yeah,
I remember my mom would get mad at my grandma and grandpa for smoking in the car with us. And she'd be like, Mom, you at least have to have the windows down. And I remember like the degree to which my grandma would roll the window down was almost laughable. It was like a half inch, and she would just occasionally stick her cigarette out to let it ash by the wind and then keep smoking. And I was like, this isn't effective enough. Like, we need a little more circulation here.
What is she
But
afraid
today's
of?
standards, smoking in someone else's car is like highly offensive.
It was her car.
No one would ever do it without asking, though.
Yeah.
No one would do that without asking. Like,
when I was a kid, some smokers would assume it was okay to smoke. That they might ask you for an ashtray in your house.
Yeah,
Which,
I mean, like I don't mind it. But I would. It's not that I don't mind. I don't mind being in a car with people smoking. I don't want you to smoke in my car. But like, I have had people smoke in my car, and I've smoked in my car, and like nobody ever did it without fucking asking. Like, even if I was smoking, they would ask if they could smoke. That's the way. That's the way this works. You don't know. Maybe I've got a special smoking technique I'm doing over here to make sure you didn't smell like smoke when you got in, did you? Yeah, I have a technique. I have a maneuver. All right. Air conditioning off. Windows going down to 2.5 inches. The cigarette stays right here. I'm puffing and blowing. The window vent, the vents are closed. It can't even suck that air in.
Yep. There you go.
There you go.
You had quite the system.
Do, Taylor.
Well, I'll tell my grandma of 30 years ago to implement that system.
Tell her. When did you stop smoking?
Like
never.
Cigarettes?
Yeah, we never do.
I mean, if I were on an airplane and they were like, special promotion, we're giving you one of these little camel packs with 4 cigarettes and a lighter or a book of matches, I'd be like, one in Rome. So like, I would 100% smoke. Like,
or like, what if we
feels pretty nice
here? I think that's definitely a sign of someone who's still a smoker and always will be. I would do the same. Yeah. What if we were in some sort of a scenario where like the ship's going down? Like, hey guys, the captain here, want to let you know we sprung a leak and the radio's out and the water's 28 degrees and the giant squids live in these waters, so they're going to take us down even if you're Lance Armstrong and you're impervious to the cold. So prepare for your deaths. And somebody's passing out Marlboro Reds, I'm going to burn one of those Marlboro Reds.
I'm going to beat that guy up and take 5.
I would not.
Woody doesn't want that.
I don't want it. My last cigarette was 43 years ago. I broke into a dead person's house, and
he was alive at the time, maybe?
No, he was dead before I got there.
Okay.
Was it Dracula?
It was a dead person's house. It was like falling apart. We busted a window, I think. No, there was a hole in the roof that we were able to crawl through.
Oh, okay.
There was a hole in the roof that we went in and we climbed into the house, and they had cigarettes and lighters, and we all had our first cigarette.
What kind was it? Do you recall?
Old cigarettes.
It might have been a Marlboro. Well, yeah,
it would have been old, right?
80s. But
like there was
how old was the cigarette?
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah. I bet the cigarette was almost a year old. Is that old?
Can I tell you, you've never smoked a cigarette because tobacco is moist a little bit. Mm-hmm. It crackles and has a romantic, deep delicious taste to it sometimes.
Well, imagine it being summertime,
dry and scratchy and
in a
burning
home
really bad.
where there is no separation between inside and outside. It's not that dry.
Guys, we shouldn't be doing this close to the body. Like at least
My friend stole a shirt. It was a red and black flannel shirt, and because it was a dead man shirt. And I always envied, like, whoa, he's wearing a dead man shirt. That's like the coolest shirt ever.
What?
Yeah.
Did he wear it to school? Like, did he wear it after that to school or something? You're like, he's wearing old dead Jim's shirt.
Yeah. He wore it on top of his other shirt. Like, it was a flannel, right? Like, you could put it on top of a t-shirt, especially at the time.
Y'all were in some kind of a gang, I feel like how much breaking and entering were you doing?
The Mindy Drive kids, we were kind of badass.
When did you stop robbing the dead for trophies? What do you say?
You know,
talking about our nasty little habit of tobacco, and you're over here robbing graves.
Kyle, didn't you smoke menthols when you smoked?
Oh yeah, always menthols. Yeah.
Not Cools or Newports, were they Marlboro
I
menthol?
started with Cools back in the day when I was like 19 or 20 and I first started. I smoked Cools with a K, and everybody that I worked with was black. So if you were going to bum a cigarette, it was going to be a menthol, usually a Newport. And if you were going to loan a cigarette, which was a good way to make friends if you're all like hanging out,
sure,
it'd be nice if it was a menthol too. And I just liked that instead of tasting like tobacco, they tasted like spearmint. I don't know. I thought it was good. Later on, I switched to Marlboro Smooths, which I still maintain is the most delicious of all cigarettes.
Marlboro Smooths. Are those the 27s?
No, that's a different thing.
Okay.
Marlboro Smooths are peppermint flavored cigarettes.
I liked menthols just fine. But I remember a friend of mine in college was like a complete brat for parliaments, and all he'd want to smoke were parliaments. And
my Russian buddy smoked those. Yeah.
Yeah. And like when I was like trying to buy cheaper cigarettes, I found out that like Pall Mall Blues ain't nothing wrong with that. Those are those are the lights. Like, so in college, like I'd buy Pall Mall Blues sometimes. Those weren't bad. They weren't bad at all. Still tasted nice. Look at you over there putting on airs.
I mean,
or I would get if they
Pall
had
Malls are the high
Camel
points of cigarettes. Okay, like you're risking cancer for your vice. How about
in every fifth one?
No, you are wrong. The high point of cigarettes are Edgefield.
The high point of cigarettes actually is when you start rolling them yourself. That guy Chuck that worked for my dad, that was essentially a homeless man who happened to have a place to stay.
Mm-hmm.
Like he'd always roll them himself. And where he would hold the cigarette, his fingers had yellowed like so dramatically that you'd spot it easily. Not like if you look under a certain light, if he really shows, like you just like, hey man, look at his fingers, they're all stained orange. You'd be like, fuck, like immediately.
Did he make his own cigarettes to save money? I've never heard of that.
Yeah, so you can buy cigarettes
way
are expensive.
cheaper.
A pack of cigarettes at this time that I'm talking about was probably about $5 a pack, $5.50 a pack. They're closer to 10 in most places now, $6, $7, $8, something like that. He would buy 2 pounds of tobacco for like $20 or something and just roll them himself. I think you get around a lot of the taxes. I think a lot of the tobacco taxes aren't necessarily on tobacco, loose tobacco, as they are on cigarettes. So you're able to like skip the tax man, which is a huge portion of the cost. So he'd roll them himself.
I do that with condoms. They're like $1 or $2 each. They don't tell you though. Latex gloves have 5 condoms.
What are you stopping by college campuses?
Oh, you're wasting money on latex gloves. You got to get a sheet. You got to get a sheet. Gloves are fucking free. They throw them away.
Kyle, I'm leaving money on the table. I just looked up what states have the cheapest cigarettes. Number 1 is Missouri.
How much is a pack of cigarettes there in Missouri?
Apparently now a pack of cigarettes is average $8 a pack, $8.01 a pack.
National average?
Let's see. National average for a pack of cigarettes.
New York back in the day was like 10 or 15, and my
national average is $10.15.
$10 for a pack of cigarettes? And people spend that every day, right?
Yeah.
Some
people smoke
depends on their smoking pattern.
I mean, some people smoke to a day.
That's a lot.
Is a pack a day like a normal smoker? Maybe a little less.
It's pretty heavy.
That's
pretty heavy. Okay.
Pack a day is pretty heavy. Like
That's 20 a day. Like that's you got to be carving out time for 20 a day.
So like I didn't like cut myself off at any point, and I didn't like try to reach a minimum every day, but just based on my lifestyle and how much I was outside or doing things that I like to smoke alongside, I would smoke about half a pack most days. But then like there'd be one day where like maybe you were outside working all day long, or you were just with other smokers, and occasionally I'd smoke a whole pack. And I would feel like noticeably worse. It was like, oh, a pack is hard to filter. Like my filter can.
Your lungs felt worse, or like you were a little tuckered out, or like headachy.
Lungs.
Just lungs.
Lungs after like a pack a day.
For me, I would like if I smoked like because again, like if you're at an outside bar in college and like you're around a bunch of smokers and they're just chain smoking and you're chain smoking, you'd like go home that evening and brush your teeth, and like. Even after brushing your teeth, you'd go to bed and wake up the next morning and you'd have that like you'd have a taste of like, oh yeah, I had 16 cigarettes last night. That makes sense why my mouth tastes bad.
It's
Cowboys
like that when I go to the glory holes
all the time.
Yeah. When Woody sucks 16 cocks the next morning.
My mom watches this show. Why do I make these jokes?
all right. Let's
big shout out.
Woody's mom. Sorry.
Sometimes I want to explain jokes just like, Mom, crossfaded is when you do pot and alcohol at the same time.
Yeah.
She wouldn't know that, most likely.
Well, of course not. They don't teach that in
I just imagine her on some beach in Jerusalem, like listening to you talk about taking 15 cocks last night or whatever.
Yeah, she's sitting there like, well, if we just finished off Iran, maybe it would end.
She's like, that Taylor's making a lot of sense on this political thing. He's the only one that knows is that there's.
It might be the opposite with my Israel takes.
Oh
She
yeah,
might,
maybe not Israel takes. Yeah.
She might be like, I don't know about any of these guys anymore.
I saw a Fetterman interview where he.
With Jon Stewart.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned. I couldn't summon who it was with, but Jon Stewart was, first of all, being way nicer than he should have been. I think because of the disability that Fetterman has with his speech and reasoning skills. Guy got a fucking stroke and became a Republican somehow, but he's like, the red line for me is Israel, and Jon Stewart's like, really? Israel's your red line where you'd like. You agree with these fellow Democrats on 80% of policy, on maybe taxation or this or that or the other, but you disagree with them Israel. So it's a red line. You don't want anything to do with them. You're acting like they're a third party or something because they're against Israel or the funding of Israel's war. And he's like, yeah, I think what's really important to focus is that Israel. That's
he said they should leave the party if they're not pro-Israel. They should go start their own party. And then he did the thing that every pro-Israel person does, in that they conflate being anti-Semitic with supporting the Israeli government. And, he's just like, yeah, Jews are people too, or whatever he said, like it's important that we support the Jewish people. And Jon Stewart, who is Jewish, is
Loved
like,
it.
the Israeli government and the Jewish people, that's not the same thing. Like you can be okay with Jewish people. You can like Jewish people, but Israel's not America. And he just answered some other question he didn't ask.
I wonder who he's being funded by. What a question.
Retardation? I don't think they're having to fund him. This guy's a loon. Like this guy had a stroke and got. Dude,
they have to.
There is no.
So he had a stroke and then he. Well, I know he had a stroke before he ran, and then he was a Democrat.
But during the process.
Like during it. And now he had like, so as he's recovering from his stroke, he's like, the only thing I'm recovering mentally is my love for Israel. Like
he became a conservative after brain damage.
This guy's not a conservative. He votes with the Democrats most of the time.
I saw him in a photograph with Donald Trump yesterday. He was there with the team, some collegiate team. I don't even know what the fuck he has to.
His name should be Igor. He gives me such Igor vibes.
Yes. He's sort of a hunchback, and he had a suit on for that for this event with Trump. He's kind of given up on the K-Fed look he was rocking before.
Well, that's really brave of him, because if there's one lobby that has just no influence in our country, it's Israel.
Poor people. It's a shame. They just can't get heard.
They just can't. They just can't get heard. Yeah, I think most people have had enough.
Yeah, Fetterman seems to vote with Republicans on the most important stuff. Like whenever they need a vote, like some cabinet confirmation or whatever, Fetterman comes through, and he's very buddy with Trump. They're talking about him switching parties. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm almost sure he's going to get primaried because Democrats are very unhappy with him.
Of course.
Good. Fuck that guy. If he's in favor of that war, then he can eat shit. Like
he literally has brain damage and he can't communicate well. Who wants him as their representative? You know what I mean?
Were saying,
let me speak for myself before you send the brain-addled Igor-looking motherfucker to speak for me. You know,
dude, they were saying when he was even worse than this years ago in running, like when he was still a Democrat, like they were saying it was like bullying to point out the fact that he was like,
I remember
blue good.
I agree with what you're saying. It's just true. And I think I'm a little bit guilty of it. But I had this hope that he would recover. Like, all right, listen, I know he had a stroke, but I'm hoping 6 months from now there are like no symptoms to it because sometimes strokes go that way.
Yeah.
But it's been years. And I mean, he took off an extended amount of time for depression. I don't want to be insensitive to depression. I feel like I understand it more than average people do. But I also don't think you get to take off months from work. Like only senators consider their jobs so optional that they just check out for months and months at full pay and don't participate.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Look at McConnell.
Count Dracula. Where's fucking Mitch McConnell?
He just checked out, and they said he's going to rehab. I'm like, is this rehab hospice? Tell me what we got really cooking.
I think we've got a weekend at Bernie's situation.
They had a clip of him. I saw it on Reddit.
Did you see?
We have a clip here of Mitch McConnell being checked out of hospital, and it was a clip from that "Thank You for Leaving" show where the people fall out of the bottoms of coffins naked.
That guy sucks too. Like, we don't have any good representatives. They all suck.
They all suck.
Like we're up shit creek, and only the worst people on earth are allowed positions of power. Anyone who like has our actual interest in mind gets weeded out by donors.
McConnell has already, this is as of 7 hours ago, been discharged from the rehab center, and he'll continue recovery at home. So I guess he's better.
That was a quick turnaround.
I hope he's got like you remember that, like, what was that exoskeleton? Was it in like District 9? Like, I hope he comes out with with one of those like exoskeletons. That would be kind of funny. But yeah, that guy sucks. He looks like a turtle.
All true. I think we're being lied to. Hot take, I know, but I don't think he's really excelled in rehab.
Something's happened to him, and they're hoping that it goes away. Like maybe he's had some sort of Bell palsy befall him, and he's all like twisted up and weird looking. And they're like, the doctors are like, it could go away in a week. It could never go away. And they're like, let's give it a week then. Fuck. Let's keep the cameras away.
There's some sort of Feinstein situation where, like, I guess the governor wants to appoint his replacement. Now, the governor's a Democrat, but he doesn't get to choose. He gets to choose off a list provided by the Republicans. Okay. So it's not like the seat's going to flip. The Republicans are going to give him 4 or 5 choices and he'll pick one. They want to do that immediately. If you're a Democrat, at least you could pick the best guy on the list. But I think the Republicans would rather choose without having a Democrat in the process. And that's why they're pretending that McConnell's going to bounce back, so that it's really soon. It might have even been like today or tomorrow, where the deadline for replacing him ticks over. And
he's looked bad for a while. Like, I've seen a lot of
just
weird
go to
moments.
The election.
He had a stroke like a year ago.
Out a few times. He like had those like in the middle of a speech. He like froze and looked
several times.
Like it was weird. It wasn't like I flubbed and forgot my place in the sentence, and now I'm gonna pivot. It wasn't a what was I? It was like a deer in the headlights. Suddenly, like he.
How did I get here?
Yeah, like
alarmed.
Like all of a sudden, the demon that's been puppeting him for the last 75 years, like, lost its grip suddenly.
Well, he was probably okay when he was 9.
Woke up. He was like,
"Hey, Kyle, didn't you once take like an SSRI that gave you brain freezes? Does that?"
Yes, we talked about that last week.
Okay, yeah. See, I am a little McConnellish.
What did you take? What causes this?
Do you relate to it? Was that anything like what you think he saw?
No. My I would have these like jolts of like pain and like what felt like electricity inside my brain. but I wasn't like befuddled by them. Like I wasn't like, oh, now I don't know where I am. I was just like, that felt weird.
I gotta support Israel.
It would be like if you literally got like zapped a little, like physically
in the brain.
You'd just be a little bit.
But there was no associated confusion, just discomfort.
Nah, yeah, just discomfort, and like mostly like it was like when you have hiccups that come and go, and like there'll be like a minute or two will go by without a hiccup, and then out of nowhere, fuck, that one kind of scared me.
See, like you said, we have like a Feinstein situation with him, Woody. The problem now is we have like at any given point like a dozen Feinstein situations where there's just it's just whack-a-mole of like that guy's 88, that guy's 91, that guy's 84.
Court.
Like
all of the people who are shaping the direction our lives are going to go in for the next 15 to 25 years are 70 plus years old. The people who are checking out any day now are the ones who are deciding what the momentum going forward how it will be shaped. And inevitably where we will go.
Wait till you hear about the voter base. Yeah.
I don't think much of the voter base either. Those
it's like
it's
boomers that are voting for it. Missouri just had something that they were going to slowly phase out income tax, like state income tax, and boomers shut it down with their voting power, where they were like, no, we don't want to get rid of income tax because none of them are really making income anymore. And so they don't want to sacrifice young people funding their lives. And it's like, this is, this gerontocracy is gotta end.
Young people should probably learn to vote.
Yeah. There's not enough young people. They're still the largest voter bloc.
That's not
well,
true.
It is a representative government. Maybe they don't need to be represented.
Yeah, politics is pretty gay. It doesn't seem to serve our best interests. It seems almost co-opted.
I'm calling for a new system. I'm calling for a new system. I think we need to do something different.
Kings, back to Kings, bada bing.
Well, I don't know about Kings per se, but I've been watching a lot of Walking Dead shorts, and I think maybe some sort of a fiefdom, like local fiefdoms, sort of a warlord type situation. A guy who'd look out for you.
That's Kings,
it works
right?
well in Africa.
No, they don't have governments there.
Nothing works well in Africa, but that's because of
fiefdoms.
We could have a
warlords
here and it would work. Okay,
you got guys like Buck Naked. You remember him?
Don't other people who haven't mastered electricity.
The other fiefdoms, they just didn't do it right. Here, if we try a fiefdom, it'll work better.
It did work for thousands of years throughout Europe, having kings and shit.
It worked pretty well. The Native Americans. I mean, they were right on the edge of inventing the fence.
But they were, let's not be mean to them, but they were not putting points in their skill trees. They were not updating.
They didn't know that part of the game. They probably had a whole, like all this pottery credit like stored up, and they're like, I didn't know we could do more.
They're just like, I guess we finally won.
We haven't explored.
These guys that just showed up go pretty hard in the paint, like they cool ass helmets and shit. Yeah. Well,
all right, you guys ready to wrap?
Yes,
that's enough of that.
PKA 816.